Negroes, do your duty. Negroes, do your duty. Negroes, do your duty.
You know, this revolution is filled with so many ironies, really. First, you tell us that it is manly to keep your word, right? If you are a man, you keep your word. And now all of the black people in this country are demanding, and even the black people in the whole world are demanding, is that you keep your word. You told us we were free. Well, then show us that we're free. You told us that there is justice, equality for all in this country. Well, then stick to your word and let us see the justice and equality for all. Or else admit to us that you're not a man, you're a worm, you're afraid of us, you're afraid to give us equal stand. You're afraid that if you give us equal ground, that we will match you and we will override you.
You can kill all the black folks you want, baby, but you will not kill the freedom of black folks. It's coming. We're going to get it. We fought every one of your damn lousy wars, baby, and you give us nothing. Now, the war is going to be here, but we're going to be free. Now, you kill you want to, but we kill too.
Negroes, do your duty.
That's all I ask. That's all I've ever asked. Good afternoon. We literally had to let that ride all the way out. You know, when you get scheduled to do something, you're going to have obstacles. I get that. You know, there's going to be things that come into play, and I get that. And that's why I always never take the time that I'm supposed to actually get on the mic too seriously. Good afternoon, Brother Trey. Good afternoon. Hopefully you are settled on this Sunday, not moving about. And if you are, I know if you're moving about, you're getting your bread. I appreciate that. I appreciate any over-the-road drivers, any day drivers, anybody that's moving left to right, right to left, north to south, east to west. It's making our lives easier. And I say that, I say that with so much sincerity, because I don't think people really take into account how difficult it is for this country to run without those types of individuals, and the disrespect that's been put. And I know people look at it as progress. They look at it as progress because we have advanced to the digital age, or maybe even to the infrared age, the artificial intelligence age. And, when I hear about autonomous trucks and autonomous this and autonomous that, somebody's still got to make that vessel move. And that's a human. Do I believe that this country will be ran by autonomous over the road drivers? No, I don't. I think you still need humans. I think you'll need humans until humans don't need machinery, before the machinery doesn't need humans. I mean, I think people think that they can make things so technically or digitally advanced. Appreciate the like, whoever just did that. I don't get many people in here, so it is what it is. People tend to believe that the artificial intelligence age can take over humans, but it can't. Humans are still going to be needed, but humans have to be viable. And I don't like to feel or have anyone feel that they'll ever be rendered irrelevant. But unless you are viable, you will become irrelevant. We're going to talk some politics here today, mainly local politics, and from my range. There's going to be some other things that I'll speak on. The thumbnail that you see up is something that was constructed. Obviously, if you know, I'm not going to go back. And I mean, hell, the word is still there, just slightly covered up. If you know anything about the world of hip hop, the history of hip hop, where this original image came from, you'll know where the mockery came from. And individuals in this picture, I have found to be less than truthful in their missions. Good afternoon, Free. How you doing today? Happy Sunday. Good afternoon, X Friedman. Appreciate you, brother. Free, I was being silly when I first did this by myself. Well, I do everything by myself. Don't nobody feed me. Let me just tell you, don't nobody feed me the ideas to do stuff like this. This comes from my mind. This comes from the pits of my mind. I want everybody to know that I never get into a situation where I go looking for people. And I know graphic artists, I know people that are very talented in this field. But I tend to do stuff like this on my own because I want to get it done so quickly. And I don't want to keep going back and, hey, how's it look? Does it look good? No, we don't need all that. Truly the depths. Welcome to Depths Row.
In my mind.
So, but when you are untruthful, when you are cheating the people, I tend to come at your helmet. I absolutely do. And I think I've always been this way. As history has shown, I've had more people in my adult life that have told me that I did things in my youth to help them out in certain ways, had no idea that I did it. And there were things that I did on a group level that I know that I was doing for the masses. Wasn't just up there for myself. I knew the one reason I was up there because I had probably one of the louder voices. I could speak without a megaphone. I've spoken many protests and never used a megaphone. I say that when I get in these group meetings, they're like, you need the mic. And I'm like, no. But then now you need the mic because the mic is recording the audio and I get it. So I'll take the mic, but I generally don't need a mic in a room. I was blessed with pipes to be able to project. And, you know, it doesn't just resonate thought, it resonates in a room to decibel levels that other people can't achieve. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that gift that I was given. You know, I'll thank my father for the bass, thank my mother for the treble, and thank all my grandparents for the balance. How about that? I'll thank my father for the bass, my mother for the treble, and my grandparents for the balance. I just made that up right on the spot, just to let you know how I'm living today. That's right. If you tired of all these politicians all up in the videos, dancing, singing, come to Depths Row. Come to Depths Row. And that's what we're going to live today. We're going to live on Depths Row. I'm not hitting low. I'm not throwing low blows. I'm not saying anything salacious, untruthful. Not going to embellish or fabricate, make up anything. No. Anything that I speak on these streams, y'all know it's true. If it wasn't true, I wouldn't have a social media account. If I was out here spewing lies, I wouldn't even have a social media account. Okay. Now, when I've said some things that haven't been truthful, it's been generally out of ignorance because I don't need to spread a lie to be good. I'm good with the truth. And if the truth doesn't fit me, okay, I get it. So I understand. That's all I got. Freestyle Friedman bars. You know, I was given this gift by two American freedmen, and I carry it through my life. You know, I carry it through my life as a descendant of descendants. So before I really get started, you know, I got a few people on deck right now. Appreciate y'all. Hopefully the numbers grow, whether it be on the live or the playback, to the point where this message will be heard and felt and understood, because this isn't to demean anyone. But when you do things that are less than truthful, or when you do things that are blatantly dishonest, you should expect backlash. There's consequences and repercussions for every situation. And the consequence and repercussions that come here is that I will air your debauchery. I have no problem with it, because you were either chosen, appointed, elected to a position to serve the people. And once you serve the people improperly, there has to be a consequence. There has to be repercussive measures. If there's not, what will you do? Will you stop and say, oh, no, that was wrong? I'm never going to do that again. Nah, nobody does that. Nobody does that. And before I get too far, because I'm 15 minutes in and ain't even asked for the gesture of, am I clear? I'm 15 minutes in, probably, 11 on the audio because we had the intro. Am I clear? I want to make sure that I'm clear because I'm probably not going to want to do this the same way twice. I have no problem with redoing some of the streams over, but I'm probably not going to do this the same way twice. So hopefully I am clear. My audio is clear. And as I move towards the subject matter, which is on the thumbnail now, I want to make sure before I do that, thank you, Free. I want to make sure that I am clear. Because before I get that, thank you, X Friedman, I want to say this. I put this up as a Facebook post, or I just uploaded the actual image. In my area, the city that I was raised in Ann Arbor, we are going through something very, very serious right now in our school system. In our school system, there has been a mishandling, misusage, misguided, misappropriated. Something's been missed to the tune of $25 million. And that $25 million is going to cost 400 plus individuals to be without a job. We're talking about a faculty of about 2,200 people. So when you take 400 off the map, you're taking damn near 20% of the people off the map. 20%. You got 2,200, you take 400 off, you got 1,800. It doesn't sound like you're really missing that much, but you're missing a lot. You're missing a lot. Okay? A lot is lost when you take 400 individuals from 2,200 individuals. Think about it this way. Think about it this way. Take your point finger on each hand, your point finger on each hand, the first finger. Was that called your index finger? Imagine living without both of those fingers on each hand. Imagine living without your index finger on each hand. How much more difficult would your life be if you didn't have a point finger, an index finger? And I chose that specific finger because if you don't have that finger allows you to do so much. It works directly with your thumb, and it is the leader of your other three fingers. Imagine not having that finger there and trying to live your life the way you live it or the way you've lived it all your life. You will get used to not having the finger and you'll make adjustments. But imagine I'm 54. I've had both of my fingers all my life. What would I do if I wasn't able to use my fingers tomorrow morning? My point fingers, my index fingers. It's that drastic. When I think about it, it's that drastic of a change to go from 2,200 employees, many and most teachers, paraprofessionals. I mean, the ones that work, we're not talking about environmental services. We're not talking about culinary and cafeteria workers. We're not talking specifically about athletics, even though that's going to affect coaches, assistant coaches, people that are connected to athletic programs, people that are connected to arts programs, people that are connected to music programs. There is such a fallout here. There is such a detrimental fallout here. And for you, some of you who've come because of the title, because of the introduction thumbnail, I get it. We're going to get there. We're going to get to the professional political propagandists. Sorry. We're going to get there. But right now, something else is on my heart. Something else is on my spirit. And I'm thinking about 400 families that are about to be directly affected because the water is getting cut off. And when I say water, I don't speak of water coming from a spigot or maybe even the sound of water that you may hear. I don't know if y'all can hear that water, but the ground is loosening up and it's softening up. And my microphone is not too far from where the sump pump drains in my basement. So if y'all hearing water, I am not sitting by the stream. I am not sitting by the dock of the bay. That's just the sump pump running because the ground is loosening up and water is running away from the house. If you're not hearing it, okay, I'm hearing it, so it doesn't matter. You say free, damn near impossible, as you've lived known for 40 years. Yes. It's impossible to just make drastic change to older people. Younger people can get used to something and then grow into their adult age. But you talk about living your life, most of your life, one way, and then you have to change abruptly. It's enough to make people not want to be here anymore. And y'all know what I mean. It's very difficult. It's very, very difficult to make that type of drastic change. And when you go from having a position to where you are a viable part of the community, if you are a teacher, if you are a educator, and you are doing the real job that you need to be doing out here as an educator, that's who I'm speaking to. That's who I'm speaking for. There are some people that might have been doing an underwhelming job, and maybe they deserve to not be employed by Ann Arbor Public Schools at that point. So I'm not speaking about anybody individually, but I never want to see anybody without, because I've been there. I've been there. I've been on the outside looking in, not because I lacked skills, but because I was not employable. And that's what's so crazy to me is, how can a teacher be told they are not employable if they've been doing the work that they've needed to do to propel their pupils to the next level? How can they be just given the way out because somebody else messed up? Because somebody else messed up. Because some other people messed up. This individual who rightfully deserves to be in their classroom, be in their school building, has been told or is going to be told in the coming weeks that they're no longer necessary. Because that's what you're saying. When you're letting that amount of people go, you're saying, we'll make out. We're going to lose about 20%, but we'll make out, y'all. We'll be okay. And the first people who are affected after the people who are disengaged from their places of employment are the students. The first people that are affected after the individuals who lose their living are the students. Students didn't have anything to do with that $25 million. Nothing at all. They had nothing to do with that $25 million and shouldn't be faulted to the point where they're going to lose their favorite teacher, their confidant, their counselor, their mentor, because some of these teachers are that to students still today. I know I get on teachers for not really filling the shoes of an educator of old, because I feel like teachers, many only do the job and go home. There's not a lot of over and above teachers that I see that I used the way I used to see them. Not to say that there's not, I'm just going through my lens, but I know that they're out here. I know that there's many that do the job, and some are actually not doing the job because they can't do the job. Some teachers really wish that they could teach the way kids were taught back in the day, and they can't because things have changed so much politically. You can only teach the way they want you to teach. And if you go outside of that, you're not teaching no more. And that's when you become that mentor, that counselor, to where, hey, I might not be able to teach you in school these certain things, but that's what the character building outside of the school building happens a lot. You know, back in the day, a lot of my teachers, as I got older, they knew my parents, they knew my family. I remember eating dinner and eating lunches, going out places with teachers that I had when I was younger because they were close to my family. A lot of that doesn't happen anymore because families are so disengaged from the schools. Families are nowhere near as close as they used to be in the schools, from what I see, from my lens. I know some may still be right there the way things were when they were growing up, and those situations are very unique in a lot of cases, or generational. You know, you have people that were close and stayed in the schools and stayed in the PTAs and the PTOs and the PTSOs and all that stuff back in the day, and that's what you pushed your kids through. You probably grew up as a parent who did that. But if you were at least just involved and engaged with what was going on in the schools, you probably grew up to be a parent like that. But if you had a situation to where your parents really weren't involved in the school stuff, they might have just came for the things that you did, but really weren't involved in the school's atmosphere, the culture. That's what you see a lot of now. Michigans, what's good with you? And I love when I see people engaged with their kids within the school, because the kids get so much more out of it. They get so much more out of it. So I feel for these teachers, for these educators, these school professionals, I feel for them. And I put up a post, and I know a lot of people probably looked at that and it was like, what is that? Well, you see this, you see where the original centerpiece came from. And at the top, the school books, and the school books go up much like the signal strength on your cell phone, starting from the preschool level to the elementary school level to the intermediate school level to the secondary or high school level. And at the bottom, blood. Just, it's a massacre right now that's coming. Because these people haven't been disengaged just yet. I do believe they're going to finish out the school year. I do believe that they're going to finish out the school year. But when I put this all together, I just said, you know what? And I just kept adding an idea and the idea. And if you look in the middle, the multicolored fist. Because where I know a lot of people think that I'm just blackity black, 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 black. I'm all about black, 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 black. Dude, I ride for what's right. What the hell? I ride for what's right. And education is what's right. Inadequate education is not what's right. And what we are heading towards is a whole bunch of inadequacies. No fault of the teachers, no fault of the staffers at large, and everybody affected in this. It's an unfortunate situation to the point where I don't see how it has to be. But to see 400 people go without, and I was just thinking about this yesterday, maybe even the day before. You've got households that both people are teachers and they've got kids. So both teachers that teach in the Ann Arbor public school system given pink slips, what they about to do? I mean, it's bad enough that many families will go down to one income, but what happens when they go down to no income? What happens when they go down to one income? Do people want to talk about that? Do people want to deal with the reality? And I say 400 because I'm just saying 400 families because I don't know how many couples are teachers in Ann Arbor public school system, but I know everybody ain't married. So I'm going to go on the side of how many individuals. But let's say it's 350. Let's say there's 50 couples. Let's say 350 families. Come on, man. Come on, man. And you know good and well there ain't 50 couples in Ann Arbor public school system that are married. So what we got here is a problem. We got a serious problem. And it all came at the hands of people who were controlling everything, who were supposed to make sure everything was good. And they just kept making the mistake, a loss, a mistake, a loss, mistake, a loss. And you can't keep taking L's and expecting a W. Every loss does not bring you closer to a win. I used to hear that ideology. Every loss brings you closer to a win. What? How is that possible? How is every loss going to bring you closer to a win?
Did you say nigger?
That's what I should have said when I heard it. I know a lot of y'all don't like that word. I get it. But I don't use it as a racial epithet. Absolutely not. I don't minimize that word to that. What we have is serious problems. And, you know, it's not just happening here. I would hope people are looking at things around the country. There are school systems that are going through these types of situations all over the country, not specifically for the same exact reason Ann Arbor is, but it all boils down to money a lot of times. It all boils down to the political nature of education versus what should always be omnipresent, the children. What about the children? What about the kids who are going to be affected by the loss of 400 plus people? I get what has to happen and how it's going to happen. What I don't get is, why is it happening? Why? I've gone to school board meetings. I've sat in on parent sessions. I've gone to PTO meetings. I don't know. Everybody says the right thing generally in these meetings, or they say the really wrong things, and then there's a debate, and then there's public commentary, and then there's this, that, and the other. At the end of the day, how can it not be about the kids? How can it not be about the kids? I appreciate everybody that is ghost watching today. I realize, you know, clicking into the session might expose who you are. I appreciate y'all just turning on the audio and listening. No problem with ghost watching. If y'all gonna ghost watch, yo, ghost watch on the YouTube channels. Don't ghost watch on Facebook. At least make it count. At least make it count for something. At least help me move the algorithm in YouTube, because I get very few views on YouTube. But jump in with both feet. If you're gonna go, because you don't have to say anything on YouTube and I'll never know you're there. But if you listening, then at least you'll hit the algorithm, and you know, it's not like it's gonna bring me any money. I know people don't think it's gonna bring me any money. People who donate, they donate because they find the Cash App symbol somewhere in the caption. I don't even know where it's at. It's not on the screen here, but I don't have a banner going. They want to donate, they donate. I don't ask for donations like that. Brother Donald, what's good with you? But those who ghost watch, you're telling me two things. You're interested in what I'm going to say, but you don't want it to be known that you're here. That's okay. I get it. Very weak-minded. Because why wouldn't you want someone to know that you're present? You'd rather stand in the back of the room and be invisible? No, make yourself known. You don't have to say hello. Just have your name pop up in the screen. Every now and then I'll go back and watch some of these videos, and then I'd like to know that you actually had showed up, because right now I see nothing. I'm just looking at my screen with my slides. I'm not personally on the screen, so I don't really care how I look. But as long as the slide is coming through, we're good. What do you think about us starting Juneteenth Village business districts in major cities? Juneteenth Village business district in major cities. Okay. I'd like to hear more. but not right now because I'm on something else. But I'd like to hear it. Are you trying to do this for 24? Are you trying to do this for 25? How did that come to your mind with what I've got going on with the message right now? Is that Diggle Man? Am I saying that properly? Diggle Man? Do you have another name that I know you by? I don't know. I've never seen you in my chat, but I appreciate you being here. We definitely like to speak, fruitfully on Juneteenth. And I'm always a proponent for us doing business, not business. I want to do business, and I'd love to see a Juneteenth village. Now, would this only go on during the Juneteenth celebratory period around June 19th, or would this be something that would go on year round? I'd like to know more. I have no problem with learning more about Juneteenth village. So hit me on one of these back channels, Facebook, Instagram, similar to a Chinatown. Okay, similar but different. Okay, because a lot of Chinatowns aren't real beneficial, to Chinese people. Now, many of the Chinatowns, I mean, that money all runs back to the same political infrastructure. But I get what you're saying. There's a lot of work to do there. But I don't want to do something that's similar to Chinatown. I would definitely want to do something that's going to be more beneficial to the American freedmen community and to the communities at large. Let's be viable on a global scale. But I get what you're saying when you say similar to Chinatown. You're not trying to be like Chinatown. I get it. Unique question for the time. I have no problem with answering questions, but I need to really stay on topic because we got to get to the professional political propagandist. We've got to get there. That's what I came here for today. And that's what I hope some of you came here for. And some of you have been sitting patiently waiting for me to say things about some of these individuals on the row. I'm going to start out by saying this. I don't have anything personal against anybody because they've never done anything to me personally. But as a member of this community of Washtenaw County, they have been detrimental in so many ways. And I know that some people will say, well, they've also been very helpful. Understood. I'm not here to push anyone else off of their soapbox. I have no problem with whoever supports these individuals. I was just having a discussion earlier, and I don't care that someone else likes someone else. It's never been a situation for me to care about what other people do with other people. Only time that ever comes into play where it affects me is if you go do something with someone else and you shun me and you got the idea from me to do that with someone else. It generally doesn't work to your advantage. I get it, because you only took the bits and pieces that I gave you. You left out the main ingredient, me. So I never feel bad when somebody else does something with someone else who might have actually had connections with me. And I never care about what somebody else does with somebody else that doesn't have anything to do with me. If it's not going to affect me, why would I care? Why would I care? I don't need to care about somebody else doing something with someone else. I've got enough on my plate to care about who's doing what with me. But if you ever step that way and you cross me to go deal with someone else,
your ass is next.
It's just what it is. These politicians have gotten to the point where now, and we are definitely in a vote blue all the way through territory. I guess that's the new official, unofficial slogan. It's not vote blue no matter who anymore. It's vote blue all the way through. I saw it on the wall of the Washtenaw County Democratic Party office downtown Ypsi. Vote blue all the way through instead of vote blue no matter who. Okay. They're really good with their slogans, and well, not really, but I'm trying to stay positive here until I have to get to the depths of Depths Row. But these individuals, and these are not things that are not public. I'm not saying anything today that hasn't been said before, whether it be about Suge Clayton. Today, he's not Sheriff Clayton, he's Suge Clayton. Suge Clayton, he doesn't wield like Suge Knight, but he has been very, very difficult to deal with for certain people throughout his reign as sheriff. What's going on, Brother Tyrone? And when you talk about Suge Clayton, you're not going to talk too long without talking about DJ. DJ, who is now currently a 2024 sheriff's candidate. Everybody knows DJ. He's not a DJ like a wicka DJ. That's his initials. D-Jack. He's the guy that when you look at things out here, the way they are for a lot of people, he's the guy who thinks he's saving people when he does what he does out here. And I'm sorry, he's not. He's not saving people from anything other than the truth. Other than the truth.
Let the inkster inside of me calm down for a second.
That's him right there.
Let the inkster inside of me calm down for a second.
Because he is a former inkster gangster. He was born and raised in the city of Inkster. The ultra-violent, hyper-violent territory that he said. I had to get it right because he said hyper-violent. Now, if you grew up in a hyper-violent territory, why wouldn't you want to help that hyper-violent territory become a territory that is not violent at all? Or would you just want to use that history of that hyper-violent territory to lift yourself up as you've moved to a different place called Washtenaw County, and you like to use the words and the phrases from that hyper-violent territory, but you don't have any history of any problem solving the hyper-violence in that territory. And then years later, you want to talk about things that you've done in the community of Washtenaw, which in many people's eyes, in certain parts of Washtenaw, have become hyper-violent. And we have had hyper-violence for the last 16 years and longer. It's just marketed different. We have social media. We have ways for people to find out things other than with police scanners nowadays. So keeping it really real, if he knows hyperviolence because he comes from hyperviolence, why hasn't he done anything to the hyperviolence statistics in Washtenaw County? Because we just had the most violent year since 2013. And I know a lot of people play into the homicide level. I don't, because we've had homicides near that level before. When they said it was the most violent year, they were talking about the other things that happened in the community of Washtenaw, not just Ypsi Township, not just Ypsi City, not just the Willow, not just the Green, not just the South Side. The most violent year since 2013 in the county. That's Dexter, Chelsea, Whitmore Lake, Manchester, Saline, Ann Arbor, Ypsi Township. Augusta Township, Pittsfield Township. There's been things that have been happening in other places other than Ypsi and Ypsi Township. But what gets talked about most by DJ and Suge Clayton and Crystal Light and Justin Hodge, Caroline Sanders, and Annie Somerville is Ypsi and Ypsi Township. And if I'm lying, I want to see the same fervor for when there's been a assault or murder in other parts of the county. I want to see the historical data from all of these individuals, or any of these individuals, let's say, before DJ, because DJ, he's got a leg up on them, all of them, because he's the community engagement officer. He's the community engagement officer. But what we hear about the woman being murdered in Saline, what do we hear about the kid being killed on the highway in Chelsea? What do we hear about the shooting downtown in the parking structure most recently in Ann Arbor? Or do we only hear about these things when they're murdered? See, you know, they like to talk about, oh, man, we there with the family. We're going to get to all that. I listened to Derek Jackson tell well-crafted lies yesterday, talking to Brian Foley. I listened to the stream twice so I could key in on what I needed to key in on, so I could rip the audio so I didn't have to come in here and paraphrase. I want you to hear it for yourself. Just like I deconstructed his immigration lie. I mean, that stuff isn't a policy of what they do in Washtenaw County. I'm not sure why he chose to make this video and send it out to his supporters, only to have one of his supporters send it to me. Because they're not supporting him as well as they were. I wish they wouldn't support him at all, but now, you know. But I think what's happening now is people are starting to see through someone who's not been transparent. Bars. Because it's an amazing thing when you start to see through somebody who hasn't been transparent. I just made that up right on the spot too. They're just coming to me like gangbusters right now. As I slowly walk into this situation today, I can look at these individuals on the thumbnail and I think about some of the things that I've either heard them literally say myself or read things that they've said or watched streams of their meetings that they sit in. And I don't really understand how all of this is supposed to end for some of these people. I see how it's going to end for Jerry, Suge Clayton, how things are probably going to end for Gregory Dill. Greg got the bag. Good for him. Good for him getting the bag, but I really didn't want him to get it at the expense of the taxpayers. But he got his security. The commissioners got their security. And they got, you know, that's crazy that the commissioners, the same time frame of them getting the bag and getting the raises, the self-imposed raises from what I knew. Who's going to say no to more money? I don't even know. Did they have a vote on that? Did they vote to like get more raises and then they were the people that voted on it? I never knew, like, who were the actual people that voted on the commissioners getting raises besides the commissioners? Anyway. Was it on a ballot? I don't remember being on a ballot. Could have been on a ballot. Did I vote for it ignorantly? I don't know. But anyway, they got a significant raise. But with that significant raise, they were still unable to pay their overages from their expense accounts that had burst. Because once you go over your expense accounts and you keep spending money and you keep owing the county money, your expense account has burst. You can only put so much water in a balloon before it bursts. And you had Crystal Light and Justin Hodge and Caroline Sanders. I didn't put Jason Morgan up here because he's no longer connected to city government or county government. He is now a state rep, but he owed money too. As a matter of fact, they let him stop being a commissioner and didn't take monies from his last commissioner check. If he owed money when he wasn't a commissioner anymore, why didn't you take his last check or checks or how many, whatever it takes? I don't know how they get paid. Doesn't matter to me. How did you let him walk away owing the county, owing the payers, owing the people? How'd you let him do that? And it all boils down to one thing. The reason he was able to do it was because of complicity. Flat out. That's why he was able to do it, because of complicity. I don't really understand how people are in a space right now to think that these people are doing them good if they're not doing the bare minimums to keep their own canoe rowing the right way. How are they doing yours? Because they're in control of your canoe, the way your canoe moves. They're the current of the county. Commissioners, council people, elected officials, appointed officials, they control the current of your waters that you navigate in Washtenaw County. And if they're not doing right by those waters on a personal level, what do you think they're doing for you? For you. Vote blue all the way through, though, right? Anybody but a Republican, right? And just for the record, I don't even know of a Republican candidate in Washtenaw County. They say you can't get elected, but I know there are some. I just seen a sample ballot of something for 2024. There's some Republican people on there. I mean, you know, and they may win some things in Washtenaw County, but I know that they've said like you can't get elected in Washtenaw, or yeah, if you're a Republican. I get it. And that wayward thinking right there, that you just vote based on the party and not the policy, has led us here. We're not the first area to have professional political propagandists. We are not the first territory and won't be the last. When you start getting millions and millions of dollars flowing through any territory, you're going to develop some professional political propagandists. Our first Black DEI officer went ham on credit cards, spending dollar bills, y'all. Dollar bills, y'all. Come on, man. You get a position that I am starting to look at more and more, less and less. I think the mentioning of DEI makes some people get the bubble guts at this point. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. I know that phrase right now will make somebody's stomach gurgle. It doesn't make my stomach gurgle to hear the phrase. It makes my stomach gurgle that the phrase ever had to be created. We different out here. We different out here. See, what y'all like to know is he the first, she the first. I understand those people are going to exist, but these people also exist too.
I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No.
Y'all don't hear me.
I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit Black people. No.
When someone says that and they claim in Black and they went to an HBCU and they pledged and went over as an AKA and they used all that Blackness to elevate themselves into the political world, and then sit down and look a young Black woman in the face when the Black woman said, so do you support reparations?
I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit Black people. No. And
you say that, and you say that. Shame on you. That's what y'all want me to say, right? Y'all want me to say shame on you for saying that. Nah. It's no shame. She said that full-throated. It also wasn't the first time that she had said it, and it ain't been the last. But look at how that's worked out for her. She ended up becoming the vice president of the United States. She ran out of gas on the presidential trail, and an old white dude just happened to be driving down the street one day and picked her up. He picked her up and dusted her off because she was going to go nowhere after having that failed political run. And he used her for what she said she was, a Black woman. Because they said he needed a Black woman to win. It would take a Black woman for him to get over the top of Donald Trump. So he went and found her. How's that worked out for Black Americans? How has that worked out for Black Americans? I'm in a different space, and I get that. I have different thoughts, and I get that. But my thoughts never stray from the prize, and the prize is the people. The prize is the people. Keep your eye on the prize. The prize for many of these individuals has been the bag, the purse, the get. You ever wonder how so many politicians come into office and they be dead ass broke, need $20 just to get to the office that they've been elected to, and 3 years' time they're multimillionaires? You ever wonder how that happens? Have you ever wondered how it happens? It happens because once they get elected, the faucet is turned on. And when that faucet gets turned on, they can either quench the thirst of the people, or they can become gluts and drink all the water and preserve all the water for themselves. I just heard about some Ann Arbor Public School board employees or trustees or whatever they call them, taking trips on the Ann Arbor Public Schools dime. I just heard about this recently. thousands of dollars, thousands of dollars, thousands of dollars. Some of these same people were at the table when the millions of dollars were being lost. That is now going to cost 400 plus people to lose their jobs. There's been a mishandling. I understand that. There's been a mishandling. But all during the while of the mishandling, deviant things have been done. And those things should have been stopped. Because I don't believe the most recent debauchery has been it. I think it's been going on for years. I think people have been traveling on Ann Arbor Public Schools dime for years. See, you've let water out of a drain before. And when you pull that plug on that drain, you ain't even thinking about that water. That water's just going down. That water's just going down. It's just going down the drain. But you can't even sit there with a straight face. That when that water gets to the lowest level and it starts to make that gurgling sound, that you don't look back or think about that drain once again. And that's what happened. The water started to get so low, there started to be a disturbance. A noise was being made. Some discord in the plumbing. Those pipes were full. Now they're not. Now we're about to experience what? Emptiness. You drained all that water out of that sink, out of that tub, out of that vessel. You don't have any use of that water anymore. Can't cry about it. You're the one that pulled the plug. I said all that to say this. You people put people like this in office and refuse to call them on the things that they do. You can't complain. But if I help put you in office, and I know I voted for some people that are literally on this thumbnail, if I help put you in office, I'm going to speak on it. I don't need to speak untruths. You've heard me say that before. I don't need to fabricate. I don't need to embellish. I don't need to sensationalize. That's not my steam. Never has been, never needs to be. But when you just flat out tell lies, man, just lies, I'm going to call you on it. When you do the people wrong, when you misguide, misuse, and miseducated, and I don't think it's an actual word, but misadvocate for people. I just made it a word temporarily. You are wrong. And I'm going to call you on that. If you get caught out in these streets out here doing people wrong, and they have hired you, selected you, elected you, appointed you,
Your ass is next.
that's all I got to say. But now, what I have to say now, I'm in a position of where I know a lot of people hear me talk about some of these groups around town, and you've heard me say things about the supreme felons. This isn't about the supreme felons today, okay? But I listen, as I stated earlier in the cast, Derek Jackson tells some very well-crafted lies. It's very well rehearsed. Some of this stuff he's probably said over tens of times to smaller groups of people in meetings and different things like that. And that's why they sound so smooth that when he does say them like in a broadcast platform, that's why they sound so good. That's why when he gets up on these stages, he can sound so crystal clear. And I get that. I mean, when I got him to the point where he had to literally say,
Let the inkster inside of me calm down for a second.
I knew he's probably used that in some way at some point in his life to make people think like, since he was from Inkster, he better take a ease up because he don't want the Inkster inside of him to come out.
Let the inkster inside of me calm down for a second.
Because that's the last thing that I need is for the Inkster to come out of Derek Jackson. I don't need that hassle in my life to have the Inkster come out in DJ. Because if the Inkster comes out in DJ, man, what am I going to do with myself at that point? I don't need the Inkster to come out in DJ. But as I was listening to him be getting interviewed that night by, Nicole Beverly, domestic violence advocate. He was getting interviewed by her, and I was asking him some very pertinent questions about his campaign, about his history. He didn't like the fact that I was there, even told me his guy wasn't on that night. He didn't know why I was being a part of that stream. I can look at whatever I want to look at, just like I listened to him on Brian Foley's show. That didn't matter. Why does it matter that I'm listening? And there's a chat. It says, and she said she needed questions from the audience. I was just following instructions. But when he said that, I laughed. As a matter of fact, I was actually eating and I literally choked. Because when that meeting happened, I was in Akron, Ohio at the time, if I'm not mistaken. I was either in Akron or was it, what's close to Akron? Is Akron close to Cleveland? I can't remember which ones they are. I was in one of them. And I was in my hotel room. It was at night. I'm sitting there and I'm listening. And I would type my message, type my comment, and just sit the phone down. And when he said that, man, it was just so crazy to me.
Let the inkster inside of me calm down for a second.
Because he had led off with, hey, Shannon, I know your guy isn't up here tonight. I'm like, what? My guy? Because I support someone else for sheriff? My guy. I don't like the fact that it's about politics anyway. I'd rather just support somebody for sheriff and let that be it. Why has it got to be my guy, your girl, this, that, and the other? Why has it got to be all about that? I've never understood that. Why does it got to be somebody that it's my guy? It's my guy. That's where the politics comes in. That's where all the goofy shit comes in. But I laughed. And internally, I just said,
Did you say nigga?
And I left it alone. I think I might have asked another question. I can't remember or not. And it is what it is at this point. Go back and watch that video. Nicole Beverly, she's on Facebook. She interviewed all three of the sheriff candidates, asked them very similar questions. And it just got around to, very funny, very funny. But support her platform with domestic violence and things like that. I think she's for the greater good. I know she can't come on my platform and talk because she's kind of linked in with the county. So, you know, that's dangerous territory. And I wouldn't want them to do anything to her to compromise her and her way of living. So I listened to Derek kind of answer questions or really just kind of run off. You know, it was a campaign stop for him. You know, they tried to make it seem like it was just a discussion between two homeboys, but that's not it. Because they're not two homeboys. They're two people that know each other because they've been pushed together within this county. If Derek never left Inkster, Brian's never left Ypsilanti, they would have never met. They would have never met on the street. They wouldn't do the same thing. They don't really do this. People think they do the same things because they're directly connected, but that's because Derek Jackson created Supreme Felons. That's all that is. That's all that is. And those are facts. That's been documented. And if you really want to do that paper trail at this point, do it. But, you know, I mean, Derek created, he conducted. Derek's name should actually be, and picture should actually be at the top of this. If I want to do like a Supreme Felons thing, his picture could be at the top of it. And then I put everybody else's name around it. Cole and, you know, Sweets and Brian and Jeanette, all the known felons. And there's other people, they have felon outreach workers and different people like that, you know. But see, none of that really matters today. That's all. The Supreme Felons platform is not why I'm here today. Only reason it came up was because Derek Jackson just got interviewed by one of the Supreme Felons. I think he's the vice president. I think Billy is the president and he's the vice president. Okay. So Billy's Biden and he's Kamala. I get it. I mean, I understand. It is what it is. So the audio that I'm going to play, I am going to not play it in its entirety. It's quite long. Pause. So I'm going to play it. And I'm going to speak on specific parts of it. I'll stop it, probably go back a few seconds here and there. But after listening to it, it's what it's about, man. It's about getting them titles. It's about getting them titles. And I was like that too in my 20s, maybe into my 30s, but not really. I had kind of learned by the time I turned 30, a title wasn't shit. What I learned, Brother Donald, was a title wasn't shit, but something that someone could call you. Okay? Hopefully you understand that. A title ain't nothing but something that someone can call you. Bars. And you know what? They can give you a title and you not do the job. But how about when they don't give you a title and you do the job? How about that? How about when they give you a title and you don't do the job, but how about you doing the job when you don't have the title? It's one thing that Derek likes to talk about nowadays, man. I've been in the soil, man. I've been in the soil. I've been in these streets. I've been in these Washtenaw County streets, in this soil, doing this work. I've been doing this work, man, in this soil, in these streets. Check the receipts in these streets. How about we don't check the receipts in these streets? I know some of these dudes around here probably checking their sheets because you was in bed with some of their women back in the day. I hope you retired since you all Ozzy and Harriet it up now, baby. What they say, my baby. Y'all hate it when I use that dumb language against you. What up, my baby? Don't call me baby. I'm 54 years old. Please do not call me baby. When that shit started getting done around here, my baby, what up, my baby? No. What you're not going to do is call me what I was, because I'm not a baby anymore. Okay. I got a 4-year-old that doesn't even like being called baby. What's a 54-year-old want to be called baby for? Any 54-year-old man that's letting somebody call him my baby, there's a problem. There's a problem there. What up, my baby? No. Sorry. Doesn't work that way. Not around here, not around these parts. Go call your mammy my baby. Go call your daddy my baby. You're not going to call me my baby. Sorry, don't work that way. But I know some of y'all young old niggas like that shit. You know, some of y'all that's real trying to stay, you know, with it, you know, trying to wear the skinny jeans and, you know, the gym shoes like the youngins and stuff, try to fit in, you know, dyeing your hair and your beards and, you know, wearing them tight ass shirts with waist trainers and shit on, trying to suck your gut in. Come on, man. Stop that. Stop letting young people call you my baby, because the respect level goes out the window too. If I let you call me what you call your 16-year-old homeboy, 17-year-old homeboy, 24-year-old homeboy, 25-year-old homeboy, come on, man. No, I earned this calendar. I earned this calendar. It took a lot for me to get to 54. I was supposed to be gone at 44. And I don't know if I'm going to get to 64. But I'd be damned if I'm going to let you call me my baby at 54. Go somewhere else with that. I'll do unc. I'll do elder. You know what? I've had some young cats call me pops. I don't mind that. But what you're not going to do is call me my baby. What up, my baby? No. Come on, man. Tighten up. But yes, Derek Jackson said some things yesterday while being interviewed by Brian Foley. And I just found most of the comments to be laughable. Probably because I've literally heard some of the stuff that he said multiple times. So I found it laughable that he's still saying it. But now some of the stuff, it's starting to get serious where he's starting to repeat lies. And I know he's had many a lie, but I can't keep up with all the lies. But the lies that matter the most, like I deconstructed his little immigration video. What was that, Friday? I know a lot of people didn't see that video. Let's see how many people saw that video. A lot of people didn't see that video on Friday. I was just sitting in the car, sitting in front of Big Lots, waiting for my food to get done. Oh, 400 and some people saw it, 427. That's what it says. It says 427 people saw that video. Not a lot of people, right? I get it. It's not. I don't get a lot of views on these posts. What I do get is I get people who are thinking. They are thinking. They are questioning, and they are looking for answers. I did a video last week called "The Politicized Playground" named Washtenaw. Sitting in the car doing nothing. Well, not really doing nothing, like work. I was working. Driving. 417 views. Not a lot of people. Not a lot of people. Okay. I get it. And the day before, I believe it was, that was the day I congratulated Dawn Staley and then kind of had to question what she was talking about. Girl, what you talking about? I did a video, just looking it up. That was about Paul Pierce. I think that was later in the day. I did a video. I did the lies. That was Derek Jackson lying because he had got exposed during a forum. 288 videos. And then I did a video called "The Closest Thing to the Problem those closest to the problem, excuse me, can't even read my own writing or typing, whatever it is. Those closest to the problem are the closest to the solution. And I had an unplanned special guest while I was driving around, Monica Williams, because she actually called me, Monica Ross Williams. She actually called me while I was on the live, and she had something to say, and we carried it out for, I don't know, hour, I guess. 1,400 people watched that. Listen to that. Maybe not watched it, because I don't really give you much to watch. I'm in the car. But they listened to that. And when they listened to it, they must have told some people too. Because 1,400 people don't watch it now. And so over the last week, probably close to about 2,500 people have watched 4 or 5 videos that I've made in the car. Today, it'll probably show like 40 people watched. I think StreamYard does something to the stream, maybe. Maybe StreamYard really isn't StreamYard for me. Maybe it's kind of like, you know, droplet yard. Maybe it's drip yard for me, because it's not streaming. I know the stream is not for that type of stream, but I made that up too. I got to stop making stuff up. Such a lack of, you know, ingenuity. What I'm not going to make up are the words that you're about to hear coming out of DJ's mouth. DJ's mouth got to going, and you're going to hear a little bit of interjection in there from Brian Foley. But he got to going on some things, and I'm going to stop him when it's necessary. I'm going to absolutely stop him. And once I stop, I'll talk about what he just spoke on. So if you've been here all of this time waiting for me to say what I was going to say about Washtenaw Row, the Democratic Row, Depths Row, the professional political propagandist, here it is. We've made it to this point. You probably didn't, but those of you who have been here for most of the time or all of the time, I got to get that notification taken off the computer. That's just annoying because it's coming right through my headphones. Flat out annoying. Can y'all hear that? Y'all hear that sound? So let me get this correct. So I can play this audio. Let's see here. Okay, I got to do that. All right. So this audio is going to start and I will stop it. Nope, can't hear it. Can't hear what? Oh, you can't hear the notifications. Good. So I'm just hearing it in my, it's only annoying me. Got it. You know what? Thus is life. Some things only annoy me. They don't annoy other people. And I'm glad because I hate that symbol. It's dumb. I got something going right now. I don't need to hear that. It's distracting. So here's something else. Hopefully you can hear this. Please let me know if I need to turn the audio up if you cannot hear it properly so I can get it to a level that is audible.
And that's what the sheriff's department has been doing up underneath the sheriff and the leadership of Jerry Clayton. and whom you will soon be taken care of. Let me say this, and I'm going to give it back to you, right? I'm ex-military, right? I'm Army, okay? And one thing that is real dangerous, see, when you come up through the ranks, what you do, and with Jerry here, I'm talking about coming up through the ranks, you build.
So let me stop it right there. And before I go over, because I only ran it 30 seconds, was the audio okay for those who are in here and who have permission to talk in the chat? Is the audio okay? Could you hear that okay? Because if I need to turn it up more, I'll turn it up more. I have no problem with that. But I stopped it right there because Brian Foley is about to go off on a little bit of a personal testimony about him being military, being from the Army. But where I stopped it was when he said, when you come up through the ranks, okay? What ranks did Derek come up through? Derek went to the police academy, and before he went to the police academy, he was a community engagement officer and a social worker. He went to the police academy and became a certified police officer and came back to Washtenaw County, and he was a social worker and a community engagement officer. What ranks did Derek come up and in? I need to know. I need to know. What ranks did he come up in? Because no, he's never worked in the jail. No, he's never worked on the street. No, he's never worked in active police duty ever. He's been an employee of Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office since 2009, and he's been a police officer since 2012. So if he's never worked for any other police agency and he's never been police for the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office, what ranks did he raise up in to be qualified to become sheriff? He's a community engagement officer and he's a social worker. And I'm going to give him that. And I'm going to give him that 8 days a week, 25 hours a day, 366 days a year. I got to go to 67 this year because we got 66 because it was leap year. Sorry. What are you doing there, Donald? Did you do some math? Did you come up with that number? Did you come up with that number? You did a little counting, did a little finger counting there, and came up with that number 0? Because that's the number I came up with. Where does his ranking in policing start and end? Started at 0, still is at 0. So can he even spell ranks? I'm not going to get in anybody's ability to spell. I am a advocate for literacy, and my job for the rest of my days is to help as many young kids learn how to read, count, spell, comprehend, and articulate, and be able to maneuver out here from a literacy stance. Now, if I got to take a 64-year-old in, okay. I want to start with the 3-4-year-olds first. But if I got to do like a session for 64-year-olds, I'll do a night school session. Once the kids go down, they go to bed, then we'll bring out the elderly that need help with literacy. And if he has a problem with spelling, I'm here for it. I'm a great speller. I'd be happy to help anybody spell ranks. Now, the fact that he mispronounced ranks at the beginning, I wasn't even going to say nothing about it. But just to be sarcastic and petty, I am going to say something about it now because we're on that flow. So we're going to go back. I'm going to hear him say rakes. Then he says ranks. And then we'll proceed. But I want to know what rank Derek Jackson truly came up in. But we got to let him cook a little bit more because he ain't tender yet. He's still sticking up out the pot a little bit. Until the meat gets tender enough to get all the way submerged into the water, he ain't even all the way in the water yet. Let's let him get there. 64-year-olds are the new special aids. Hey, you know what? Hey, maybe I should go get me a nonprofit and say that I'm going to start helping all reformed gangsters who can't read with special needs. There's a slogan right there. Can't read, special needs, and have a handicap symbol with like an elderly person. Yeah, man, ideas just popping out right now. That's just me being petty. I am not doing no shit like that. Anyway, here we go. I'm going to bring it back 15 seconds. Get ready. Actually, I'm going to bring it back the whole 30 seconds, and then we'll run it past what he says. Coming up through the ranks. 65 is the age. Well, he's only 64, so I was just going based on that age group. 65 is the age. Okay, 65, the new 64. The supreme educator. Y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop. Y'all making me be petty when I need to stay focused.
And that's what the sheriff's department has been doing up underneath the sheriff and the leadership of Jerry Clayton, and whom you will soon be taking care of. Let me say this, and I'm gonna give it back to you, right? I'm ex-military, right? I'm Army, okay? And one thing that is real dangerous, see, when you come up through the ranks, what you doing, and with Jerry here, I'm talking about coming up through the ranks, you build a meaningful relationship with your officers, staff, and the community, okay? They trust you. Officers trust you, okay? And so therefore...
There's a considerable amount of the deputies that work for Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office that don't even talk to Derek Jackson. And he always wants you to check the receipts. He even said, ask some of the deputies what they think of me. I implore you to do that. Yeah.
The transferring of the mantle, the passing of the baton, right? Because even though Jerry will be leaving, the staff and the officers will still be there, right? They trust Jerry, and then they know you and they trust you. When you start replacing people, particularly at the top.
So this is one of those comments that he made, and I had to literally, you know, like when it's on Facebook, you can go back like 10 seconds. I went back 10 seconds like 4 times. I went back 10 seconds at least 4 times. He said, when you start replacing people at the top, especially at the top, man, you can't be replacing people at the top. What are elections? Every time you elect somebody, you replace somebody. When you elect a president of the United States, you replace somebody at the top. When you elect somebody at the sheriff's department, you replace somebody at the top. When you elect a mayor of a city, you replace somebody at the top. Come on, man. This is too easy. When you start replacing people at the top, man, all hell can break loose. Really? Isn't that what elections do? They replace people at the top. Maybe not at the top of the government infrastructure, but it's the top of their community. If there's what? How many commissioners are out here? County commissioners, 9? Okay, those county commissioners are over 9 different districts. You know what they are? They're the top of their district. They're the top of their district. They advocate for their district. They're at the top. And when they get voted out, you replace people at the top. What is Foley talking about here? When you start replacing people at the top, I'm like, damn, dog. So I'm going to go back 15 seconds so you hear it again, and I'm going to let him go on through. Absolutely. But that boat is already been rocking. I'm not doing anything to that boat to make it rock more, I just threw a bag of termites in it on the last election, and now the holes are in the boat and there's more people in the boat. It just ain't Jerry this time. Derek wasn't running for sheriff last time. I didn't have a problem with all these other individuals on the thumbnail last time. The reason I got a problem with them is because they became a part of the row. Welcome to Depth's Row.
Because even though Jerry will be leaving, the staff and the officers will still be there. Right. They trust Jerry, and then they know you and they trust you. When you start replacing people, particularly at the top, you may not have the trust of the people you leave. You understand what I'm saying? See, when I was in the military and I was during the time and prior to the first Gulf War, you had the Falkland Islands and those type of things going on. That's how far back I go, right? So most of my training people, the people who led me, were ex-Vietnam veterans, right? So when my sergeant said, let's go to war, attack that hill, I'm behind it. And then I came up through the ranks from a private to the sergeant, right? When I told my soldiers behind me, come on, let's go attack that hill, I'm metaphorically speaking, let's run up in here, they was right behind me.
So I didn't know that, excuse me, I didn't know that Brian Foley was a decorated war veteran. So y'all know I not only have a heart for the homeless. Obviously, I have a heart for children, but I also have a heart for our veterans. And this is all sincerity here, okay? All sincerity. I did not know he was a decorated war veteran, okay? And the city of Ypsilanti, they need to commend him because he just said when he told his troops to go attack that hill, when he said, well, it's time to go attack this hill, his troops got behind him. I didn't realize he was a decorated war criminal, you know. So he's probably got a Purple Heart and stuff. You know, I mean, he literally was out there. He was in the soil. He was in the soil and he was doing that work. Like Derrick Jackson's been in the streets. See, Brian Foley wasn't in the streets. He was in the sand dunes. He was in the bunkers. He was in the caves. Because he just said when he told his troops, we're going to go attack that hill. We're going to attack this hill. What he say, the Falkland Islands? He fought in the Falkland. I don't even know, you know, I'm not a real big historian on wars and stuff like that. But he said, you know, the Falkland Islands, when he told his people to go attack that hill, they followed him because they trusted him. So I want to commend Brian Foley for being a war hero. I didn't realize he was a war hero. So let me go ahead and give him, I still don't like the motherfucker. I'm not going to change that. This stream won't change that. I don't like him for a certain reason. He knows why. And anybody that has asked me, they know why. But as far as him being a decorated war veteran, I had no idea. Well, I don't know, Free. I'm listening to this just like you. Well, I've listened to it several times. He just said he was a war veteran. I'm going to go back and let y'all listen to it, man. Y'all got me up in here. Don't be cornering the messenger. I'm trying to say, I'm going to go back and listen. What'd you say? This just might be that catastrophic rock. He's slickly begging for that boat to remain intact. Absolutely. You know, but see, you can't ask for something to stay intact once you done made contact. Woo, bars are just dripping today. You can't ask for things to stay intact after you've got the repercussions coming from contact. I'll add that. But yes, once again, what up, Tyrone? So I'm gonna leave this here, but I'm gonna go back because he said, listen to him when he said, as a sergeant, when I told my soldiers to get behind me, we're gonna attack this hill. They attacked the hill because they trusted me. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna let y'all listen to it again. Hold on one second.
I'm behind it. And then I came up through the ranks from a private to a sergeant, right?
He said from a private to a sergeant. So he became a sergeant. He just said that, from a private to a sergeant. Okay. So we now know him as Sergeant Foley. Got it.
Told my soldiers behind me, come on, let's go attack that hill. I'm metaphorically speaking. Let's run up in here. They was right behind me.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
When you start changing the
Whoa. He said metaphorically speaking. What does that mean? When he said, when I told him soldiers, we going to attack this hill, I assumed that he was in a war, that he had been in a war. What is metaphor? Now I'm listening really close. Y'all got to understand, I drafted this audio about 4 o'clock, 4:30 in the morning. I wasn't listening as closely as I'm listening now. He said metaphorically speaking. Metaphorically. Hold on a second, y'all. Let me use this device right here, because I know what metaphor means. Metaphorically. Okay. Metaphorically, in a way that uses or relates a metaphor figuratively. So I got to go to the original word, metaphor. Let's go to metaphor. Metaphor definition. Like I said, a figure of speech in a word or phrase is applied to an object or action to which it is not literally applicable. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold it. Hold up. A figure of speech? So he's not really a war veteran? He really didn't lead troops over the hill? Come on, man. Now you playing the veterans guilt game? You playing the veterans guilt game, metaphorically speaking? Do the math. What did you say, Ken McGee? Do the math. When he was 18 to maybe 25 years old, was there a war going on? Well, I don't really know. He's 10 years older than me. So I'm 54. So that means he was born in 60. When he was 18, that was 78. 78 to 85. Was there a war going on between 1978 to 1985? Was there a war? We know it was not Vietnam. Gulf War started when? Gulf War started, like, I thought in my teen years, because I thought that I had some classmates that went to the Gulf War. So he's not really a war veteran? He's not a decorated war hero? All right, so hold up the parade. No more. Cancel the parade. I thought we were going to have a parade, like maybe do something special on Memorial Day, maybe Juneteenth or something. Hey, I'm just going off of what I heard. How come he's never spoken in depth about his war history? I'm just saying, the entire county should know of this great history. Gulf War started August 2nd, 1990, and that would have made him 30. I was 20, he was 30. Started August 2nd, 1990. 1990, 1991. So I don't really know when he said Falkland Islands. When did the Falkland Islands situation happen? Since y'all looking up the war history right now, go ahead and turn your war pages to Falkland Islands. When did all that stuff happen? That'll give me at least the window. He said that's where he came up from, was during the Falkland Islands time. So let's keep it there. Let's keep it pushing during the Falkland Islands time. He said Falkland Islands. So once y'all get them dates, let me know. What I want to do is I want to let it cook on, because Now that we know it's metaphorically speaking and not literally speaking, so now it's a whole different ball game. Okay, it's a whole different ball game, because I could have swore that he said he went up the hill with the troops behind him, and he told them to come on, and they came on. When I listened to it a second time today, probably the fourth or fifth time total, I heard metaphorically speaking. And metaphorically speaking is not a literal term. It's a figure of speech. So he just used a figure of speech. He just used a figure of speech to convey a point, which I get. But he was talking about military, because he's talking about basically how people are going to be loyal to their upline, to their, to their superiors. So was he really a sergeant, or was he just metaphorically a sergeant? Now I don't know. April 2nd, 1982 is when it all started. Is that the Falkland Islands? Okay. So in 1982, he was 22 years old. So he could have been in the military at 22. He could have been in the military at 22. Going to give him that. But what I'm not going to give him, I'm not going to give him a Purple Heart. I'm not going to give him a Medal of Honor, a badge of honor for metaphorically speaking about being a soldier. But he said he went from private to sergeant. That's what I heard. And he didn't say metaphorically either. Said he went from private to sergeant. So maybe he got the rank of sergeant, but then he just started metaphorically leading people. I just don't want him to be a metaphorically speaking sergeant. Hopefully he's got that real rank. Hopefully he's got those sergeant bars. April of 1982. Damn, that was short. So it started in April of 1982 and ended in June of 92. So that's one of the shortest wars I've ever heard about. So April, May, June, so 3 months. So he put 90 days in a war on the Falkland Islands at 22, but I don't know what part of that war he was in. He was only metaphorically speaking about leading soldiers. So he could have been a sergeant, but for all I know, he was peeling potatoes. That's all I know. I don't know anything. August 1982 lasted a few months. Britain invaded U.S., did not participate. Oh, wait a minute. Britain invaded U.S., did not participate in the conflict. I don't understand all that, man. You got too many periods. Lasted a few months. Britain invaded U.S., did not. So are you saying that America didn't have nothing to do with the war? Because that's broken up. That's too many periods. Look, man, I don't know where. No, I don't think he was off the streets. If he was, it might have only been temporary. I think he took a longer vacation, like in his 40s or 50s or something like that. I don't think he took that long bus ride. So there was no one to lead. Hopefully we get that right. If U.S. didn't have anything to do with the conflict, that means he really didn't lead any soldiers anywhere. And that means that even the metaphorically speaking situation is a lie. What hill are you leading them up over, metaphorically speaking? What trust did you get from your troops? Did you have troops? I don't know. This is all getting very blurry very quickly just by me listening to someone else's truths. Just by me listening to somebody else's truths, not necessarily the truth, but it could be a big lie. Hey, I'm not writing this stuff myself. It's just coming into the chat. I'm going to continue because this is getting kind of discouraging.
Right. So most of my training people and the people who led me were ex-Vietnam veterans, right? So when my sergeant said, let's go to war, attack that hill, I'm behind it. And then I came up through the ranks from a private to the sergeant, right? When I told my soldiers behind me, come on, let's go attack that hill, I'm metaphorically speaking, let's run up in here, they was right behind me. When you start changing the leadership like that for somebody who's not even in the house, ain't even in the house, and now you asking the same trust of the deputies behind you to come on and say, let's run up in here. I don't know, because I don't know. Man, I ain't too sure about that. Case in point, I'm going to make it very real.
Before he makes it very real, can I make it very truthful? Because when he makes it very real, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's telling the truth. We've learned that, right? You can be real. You can be the real deal Holyfield. But it doesn't necessarily mean you're telling the truth. Before he makes it really real for us, now we know, metaphorically, he was a sergeant and led troops over a metaphorically built hill. Okay. I want to watch. And slowly but surely, the house is becoming empty because people do not. I thought your next comment was going to be whether the U.S. participated in that Falkland Islands thing, or you was going to re-edit your comment because you had too many periods in there, and I was starting and stopping like a vehicle with bad gas. So I need to know, did the U.S. participate in the conflict of the Falkland Islands or not? But I get this comment totally. And slowly but surely, the house is becoming empty because people do not respect the light leadership. Now, you speaking of Derek, or you speaking of Jerry? Because Jerry's not light. Jerry's dark. I mean, they're not going to respect Derek. It's not because he's light, but, it is what it is. You responded to that earlier. I don't see it. I just see U.S. did not participate. But it came after Britain invaded U.S. I don't know. I'm getting off track there. What'd you say, Free? Now see how individuals using big words to tell their shit lies and not knowing the different meaning of the word and the many different ways to use the word. Hey, I tend to like words. I like the true meanings of them, and that's why I go looking for the definitions. When I hear something metaphorically didn't fit in that little soliloquy that he had, I needed to break that down. I'm like, whoa. You said you were leading troops. And when I heard metaphorically, I'm like, I know what metaphor means, but that don't mean what he's talking about. And then, yeah, okay. All right. So you say you answered to that earlier. So maybe that's what happened. Okay. U.S. did not participate in the conflict, I guess, if that's what you're saying. Let's get this off of here. What is he talking about? Jerry Clayton didn't ask the Washtenaw County deputies to get behind him when he got elected. Isn't he asking for people's trust blindly? He had never been in the house. Jerry was a jailer. He was a turnkey. He was a bully in the cell block. He wasn't in administration. He wasn't an undersheriff. And when he worked his way to the other side of the jail, many of the people that he worked side by side with and the people that worked on the street, they did not like Jerry. Jerry didn't get elected because he had earned the trust of deputies and the people at large in the WCSO. Jerry got elected because Barack Obama got elected. If there's no Barack Obama, there's no Jerry Clayton. According to Google, the U.S. didn't get involved. Thank you, Tyrone. We're going to believe Google and Ken McGee today. All right. Like, I know what you meant, Ken. I know you didn't mean that as a color. I made it a color situation. I know you didn't mean it as that. Voice texting taking over. It should have read current leadership. I pulled over my car to make sure I'm complying with the law, to make sure the message is correct. Appreciate that. We don't need you out here breaking the law. Okay? We've got enough of that with the current sheriff administration. We don't need that with the future sheriff. Look at the numbers, comma, all the deputies are leaving, and they're leaving for lesser paying jobs at other locations. You spoke about this in some of the sheriff debates. They have had attrition at the county level, and it's been because people have not been happy with the current leadership. Not light leadership, but dark leadership. Not dark-skinned leadership, just dark leadership as in bleak leadership. That color mark or off-color mark, as it were, was from me, not from McGee. Please understand that. Woke seed. I don't know if you want to be here. If you're looking to venture back into politics, woke seed, I don't know if you want to be here. One, you're black. Two, you've been in politics before, and you are above many of the people, or at least right with many of the people that if they're not on this picture, they're connected to this picture. So, hey, I'm not trying to kill anybody's political career here today. And I'm not trying to incite anybody's. I'm speaking my truth based off the truths that were told by Brian Foley and DJ. Job ads for the WCSO all over Facebook. Yeah, man. They leaking up there. They leaking in the jail. They leaking on the street. I know they hiring 911 operators. I heard about that. I know some of the people that have been kind of in charge of that, who've had major influence on that. Incidentally, some of those people are running for sheriff. Pause. Yeah, the math ain't mathing, Brother Donald. If it's such a great place to work, how come people just aren't running there in droves? If it's such a great place to work, why are people not running there in droves? But let's continue, shall we?
Chief Hobbs, Ken Hobbs, City of Ypsilanti, police chief, fire chief, excuse me. The most qualified fireman in the city of Ypsilanti fire department. Most qualified, hands down. Been there for 20, I want to say 30 years, but been there over 20 years. Worked his way through the ranks. He just didn't show up. He worked through the ranks. All of a sudden, somebody wanted to replace him as the fire chief with some outsider that nobody knows anything about. Chief Hobbs had already demonstrated.
If you don't know about the history of the fire chief in the city of Ypsilanti issue, should definitely go look it up. I do believe there is an edition of the A2 Indie that talked about it. I know it was definitely on MLive. What was it? Second Wave Media. I believe everybody pretty much covered it on the local stance. Had a lot to do with some political stuff. It was a political thing. It became a political thing. What I learned about Hobbs during the midst of all of it, I could see why there were issues. And then I could also see why he didn't just immediately get the job. But what Foley's talking about right now is you bringing somebody in foreign, bringing somebody in from the outside that ain't in the house. They ain't in the house. How you gonna bring somebody in from outside, but not, and they ain't been in the house? They ain't came up through the ranks. Ypsilanti Police Chief Kirk Moore. Pause. Did Kirk Moore come up through the ranks in Ypsilanti? Or was Kirk Moore just given the gravy train of Ypsilanti Police Department to come run ever so slowly into the ground? Kirk Moore came from Henderson, Nevada, a suburb of Las Vegas that I have stayed many a times. I prefer Henderson to staying right in the city because Henderson is a real town. Vegas ain't a real town. I prefer to stay where the natives stay and they migrate on into Vegas. I liked Henderson. Henderson had grocery stores, had a Sam's Club, had all that stuff out there. I think Henderson might even, be a better place to go. And then you just trickle on into Vegas every couple of days. Don't go there every day unless you got shows and stuff to do. But Henderson is a real place. And that's where Kirk Moore comes from. Because as per Kirk Moore, Ipsy just came to him in a vision. And he knew he had to come here and save this town. Oh, yeah, you might have missed the truths of Kirk Moore in his own words. That's on here, too. When you get a chance, go look at it. In his own words, he talked about how he came to Ipsy. It was all a dream. And Brian Foley sitting up here caping for Hobbs. I don't see you caping for people like Brent Uhas, who was a 20-plus year veteran for the Ypsilanti Police Department, and he was the interim chief and should have been made permanent chief. But they went outside the city. They went outside the county. They went outside the state. They went outside the Midwest. They went all the way to the West Coast to find Kirk Moore, lieutenant on the Henderson Police Department, to come run Ypsilanti's police department. Like Derek was the M. Cole's Rookie of the Year, maybe Kirk Moore was also a lottery pick when he got picked from the academy into police work. They only bring the stars to Washtenaw County. Y'all know this. I'm going to go back a few seconds so y'all can get the gist of this shit.
He just didn't show up. He worked through the ranks. All of a sudden, somebody wanted to replace him as the fire chief with some outsider that nobody knows anything about. Chief Hobbs had already demonstrated from being a fireman to a lieutenant to a captain, and then sometimes acting as the fire chief at times, that his firemen behind him, they had enough trust and belief and understanding in him. When it came to run up in that burning building, they was right behind him. I don't believe, I know.
Firemen don't run up in a burning building because the chief runs up in the burning building. Firemen run up in a burning building because the building is burning and they've got to save lives. Firemen don't have to trust the chief at all. The chief, the assistant chief, the interim chief, firemen go do the work because they're firemen. The picture that he's trying to paint here is a weird ass picture. Firemen don't become firemen to follow the chief. Firemen because they want to help save lives. Weird analogy here. Weird metaphor.
From being there, when you start replacing that kind of stuff, you're creating a dangerous situation, not only for the community, but for the officers that you claim to lead. And all of a sudden now you want to change the environment, the culture, the policy to an unarmed, and I mean this when I say this, an unarmed police department, sheriff department. You know how.
So right there, he threw some shade. He threw some shade at Alicia Dyer, who's also in the sheriff's race, because she's talked about unarmed deputies, or unarming the deputies. Deputies, they don't want deputies to carry guns. Personally, I don't agree with that. And I've told Alicia that I don't agree with that. I don't believe you can actually be policed if you cannot control a situation that may come, become uncontrollable. And there should be a lot more usages before you get to the actual gun itself. There's other things that they give you to be able to protect yourself as a law enforcement officer. The gun should be the last resort unless it needs to be the first resort. I get that. But they've talked about unarming the police or unarming the deputies, and he took a direct jab at her. I don't know why he's taking a jab at her based on this. She was talking about this when he had her on his show. It should have got talked about and left alone. This should be only about Derek Jackson. But why is he speaking about Alicia Dyer? But it's to give Derek Jackson a soapbox so he can kick back at what she's saying. I personally don't agree with unarming police officers at any level. It's too wild out here. And it's not so much just wild for police officers, it's wild for general citizens. And if police officers are the ones that are going to be mandated to be able to carry legally, I think they need to be. I don't think you can give CPLs to people and have them be able to carry sidearms around, and then you expect police to not carry weapons. That's crazy to me. You let Joe Smith carry a Glock on his hip, but you're not going to let Sergeant Joe Smith carry a Glock on his hip. Make it make sense. Flat out, bro. Just talking to talk, trying to sound intelligent. That's a bad habit to have, sounding like everybody, but yeah. So let's go. Keep it moving.
That is to the community and to the officers.
I ain't gonna touch that. I'll let you talk about that. But I'll just say this.
I'm gonna tell you.
You hear that? After he said that whole soliloquy, and I know I've used that word twice in the last 3 minutes, and I generally don't. But see, since people are up here trying to sound smart today, I guess I should try to sound smart today. So since he said that whole soliloquy, I thought there would be a gangbuster type response from Derek Jackson, and it was. Go ahead and listen up close to what Derek Jackson's response was to that.
Unarmed, and I mean this when I say this, an unarmed police department, sheriff department. You know how dangerous that is to the community and to the officers?
I ain't gonna touch that. I'll let you talk about that. But
I ain't gonna touch that. I'm gonna let you talk about that. I ain't gonna touch that. I'm gonna let you talk about that. Because to a certain degree, Derek actually believes that the police need to change their ways of policing. He's part of, hugs over handcuffs too. He don't believe people should be incarcerated more so than just counseled, more so than just mentored. But that's the way he's made his bones in this thing. He prides himself by hiring felons, which there's nothing wrong with hiring felons. But are we doing it for the right reasons? When you have the rightful resources, are you doing things for the right reasons? But to hear him say, I ain't gonna touch that. I'm gonna leave that to you. He just cracked Foley's oar. So Foley's just rolling down the stream. Then he gives Derek the oar so he can roll down the stream. He cracked the oar and gave it back to Foley. Think about it. I can't even put that in the chat. I don't think it'll fit. The numbers, 96 unauthorized sworn deputies, current are 71. On January 1st, 2025, 15 more will retire. They will be down 40 cops, but there are 4 cops in the academy now. So we were down 36 cops at the beginning of the year. Many retire, many transfer, but they all have escaped. The POAM union has not endorsed him. What does that say? Wow, that's wild. Says, what does that say? Facebook ads to hire cops is a joke. The word is out. Cops don't want Jackson as a theory leader. Like a hot potato. Should be authorized. Oh, I got you. As an authorized leader. Okay. That's saying a lot. 96 authorized sworn deputies, and you're down 25. 15 will retire in January. That's 25 and 15. That's 40 all day long. 4 cops in the academy. 40 minus 4. You got 36. Appreciate your math being on point there. Many retire, many transfer, but they all have escaped. And when the police union does not endorse the current sheriff's underling, his main man for the last 16 years, that says something. That absolutely says something. Dearborn Police has 188 sworn positions. They are down 1. Great leadership attracts employees. 188 sworn positions, and they're only down 1 in Dearborn. Wow. That's nuts.
I'm gonna tell
I'm
you.
not exactly sure where you're going, but I'm gonna say this. Ann Arbor City has had roughly 8 or 9 police chiefs in the same time that I've been at the sheriff's office in 15 years. And I don't care how good any of those chiefs have been. They just hired their, I think, 9th or 10th chief.
Well, why do they keep having a turnover?
So I think,
I just say
a
that,
lot
you know what I mean?
But no matter who you are, no matter how good any of them are, if you turn over every 1.5 years to 2 years, you can't establish a culture.
Thank you.
I think one of the fortunate things about us is whether people agreed or didn't disagree with certain steps, Sheriff Clayton being here, the longest serving, but no matter who you are, no matter how good any of them are, if you turn up, I've been at the sheriff's office in 15.
The community into the officers?
I ain't gonna touch that. I'll let you talk about that. But I'll just say this.
I'm gonna tell
I'm not exactly sure where you're going, but I'm gonna say this. Ann Arbor City has had roughly 8 or 9 police chiefs in the same time that I've been at the sheriff's office in 15 years.
So since 2009, can somebody do me a favor? Can somebody tell me how many police chiefs Ann Arbor has had since 2009? If you, I think Wikipedia it maybe, but I need to know how many police chiefs Ann Arbor has had. I can't do the work. I forgot to actually do this stat. I've been on point with everything else that I've had, so please give me the grace. I sat around doing this stuff in the middle of the night. I literally was doing this stuff in the middle of the night. And I believe Ann Arbor's dealt with more corruptive measures with city government as to why the police chiefs have not been successful and their tenures have been short. But I need to know right now, just to make sure that Derek's math is on. I need to make sure that Derek's math is on. He said we've had 8 or 9 in Ann Arbor. We've had 8 or 9 in Ann Arbor. So I just want to make sure that he's right on point with, he said over the time that he's been at the sheriff's office since 2009 to 2024, there's been 8 or 9 sheriffs. I just want to make sure. So if somebody can please do me the justice of doing the count, and I'm sure you can find it, of how many chiefs they've actually had over. I just can't do it and still keep the stream moving, but I'm going to let him continue to talk because this is interesting.
And I don't care how good any of those chiefs have been. They just hired their, I think, 9th or 10th chief.
Well, why do they keep having a turnover?
So I think, you know,
I mean, I just say
a
that,
lot
you know what I mean?
But no matter who you are, no matter how good any of them are, if you turn over every 1.5 years to 2 years, you can't establish a culture.
Thank you.
I think one of the fortunate things about us is whether people agreed or didn't disagree with certain steps, Sheriff Clayton being here, the longest serving sheriff in our county's history, he had a vision, he had marching orders, and that we all could follow those orders. And so whether you just got here last year as a deputy or you've been here for 15 years, you've only known this is how we operate.
And that's saying something. They're saying that Jerry had a vision at the beginning. And I remember distinctly Jerry's campaign slogan in his last campaign, let us finish what we started. And I questioned Jerry, what had he started? What had the first 12 years brought that years 13, 14, 15, and 16 weren't going to bring? So I don't believe Jerry's vision went higher than the bag. I don't believe Jerry ever had a vision for anything other than raising up in the Democratic Party and becoming one of theirs. Because he ain't one of ours. He's one of theirs. Jerry is a Black Democrat. And he is a highly elevated Black Democrat in the state of Michigan. And he's well known throughout the country. And I think that's what he sought, was he sought the elevation. He definitely sought the elevation, and he knew what came with that elevation, and what came with that elevation was the bag. What'd you say there? Barnett Jones, John Cito, and another guy, Michael Cox, and this new guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5. That's not 9. That's not 8. He is trying to include interim chiefs. They are just holding the desk, but they're already officers on the thing. They didn't go out and get people from the general public and bring in interim chiefs and not give them permanent positions. Anybody that's in the seat when the new chief comes in was already on the force. You can't count interim chiefs as a chief. You don't count interim chiefs. That's monkeying the math. You never count interim chiefs. You only count the person with the seat. And Barnett Jones, John Cito, said another guy, and Michael Cox, and this new guy. So 4 to 5 is not 8 to 9. And he's saying that they've had 8 to 9 over 16 years almost, but that's not true. And if they've only had this many, then that means they had to have lasted longer than 1.5 years or a year, as he said. See what I'm saying? When you run these words together, a lot of people don't pick his words apart because they don't think that they're important. But it's very important to pick these things apart because they become factual lies. Is that such a thing? Can you have a factual lie? Because this is it. This is it right here. This is a factual lie. Why would you say 8 or 9? Why would you spout that number out if it's only 4 or 5? Because he's used to being able to just flop that tongue out there and say whatever he wants in this county, and people just lap it up. They lap it right on up. Y'all love lies. That's why we talking about liars today. He had a vision of making millions of bucks. Cardinal Group, look it up. We ain't here to talk about that today, but look it up.
There is some continuity of how we operate. Now, me and the Sheriff Clayton are
right?
two very different people. Like how we do
Without
it
a
is
doubt.
different, but the philosophies are aligned. Again, it wasn't even my idea to come to the sheriff's office. Sheriff Clayton had this idea, this crazy idea at the time. What if you could do what you do in community through a police agency to really build community wellness and safety, not just public safety? And so now that we've been here for 15, getting ready to be 16 years at the end of his term.
That's what I mean by coming up in the ranks. You've been in there. You're in there. People know you.
But when I came in.
That's what he's talking about by coming up in the ranks. He's been there. People know him. People know him because he's been there. He hasn't risen in the ranks. He's only risen through tenure. He's only risen through time on the job. He hasn't risen because he has been elevated by the things that he's done well, because I'll tell you right now, and I haven't before just now, but I'm about to. Let me come up. Let me be clear. Let's be clear. Can we be clear, y'all? There go that sound right in my ear again. I know it ain't affecting y'all. I heard y'all can't hear it. I can hear it. I don't know how a notification. Oh, you know what? My computer updated and it probably kicked a notification. Man, I need to get rid of that. I've ignored most of the time. But when I hate that. If Derrick Jackson had did what he did, what he says he's done over the last 15, 16 years. Let's kick the ballistics here real quick. And then I'm going dark again because I don't really need to be up on the screen today. I need that thumbnail to be on the screen to keep y'all focused on the prize. But if Derrick Jackson had been who he really thinks he is, Derrick Jackson wouldn't have lasted, I'd say, 10 years in Washtenaw County. Now, that'd be basically 2.5 terms. After Jerry Clayton's second term, if he had turned the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office around the way he says he has and turned this community around the way he says he has, Derrick would have got swept up. Somebody would have dropped a bag so big on Derrick out of New York, out of Chicago, out of LA, out of Atlanta, out of Houston, out of Dallas. They'd have dropped a bag on him and say, you work for the sheriff's department? Why don't you run for sheriff in our community? The job pays this. We'll move your family out here. What does this? No. What are you making there? I'm just gonna throw a salary out here. I'm making 100. I'm making 100 at what I do. We'll pay you $200,000 to come be our sheriff. And you implement the same programs that you've implemented at Washtenaw County. You do that and we'll give you the money. You make a community engagement system the way he says he has in Washtenaw County, and he take that somewhere else who's got messed up community engagement, who's got a jacked up sheriff's department, and he shows that he's changed it around in Washtenaw County, they would have swept him up. I'm trying to tell you, Jerry Clayton got elected because of Barack Obama. Jerry Clayton didn't get elected because he was a great candidate. He got elected because it was fashionable at that time to elect black politicians. Go look back at 2008, 2009, 2010, 11, 12, whatever, and see how many black elected officials there were during the Obama years. It became stylish to elect black politicians. And like I said, I don't like policing being politicized, but because it is politicized, there's a Democrat and there's a Republican. There's an independent, whatever. But that's why Jerry Clayton got elected. And people were just tired of the way the things had went with the previous sheriffs enough to say, you know what? Let them have it. Let them have it. Because I grew up here, lived much of my adult life here. Washtenaw County is set in a space to where if they only wanted white politicians in Washtenaw County, they could make it that way. It's 330,000? No, 360,000, I think, something like that. People in Washtenaw County, only 40,000 black people. And all black people don't vote for all black politicians. So if Washtenaw County wanted to set it up to the point where there wasn't no black politicians, they could do that. Easy. We are not 20% of the population in Washtenaw County. Just a little bit more than 10. 10% of the people ain't gonna win you no election. Even if you get all of them. Because I tell you what, if you get all of them, all 40,000 are not registered voters. So what you gonna do? You need other than black people to vote for you when you're a black politician. And Jerry had that. Jerry had that. Jerry had a good collective of people voting for him that were not black. And that's who elevated Jerry into the sheriff's seat. Not black people, white people, or people of color. Y'all know I don't do that. Black people are black people. People of color is everybody else that got melanin in their skin that's not black. Pause. Derrick Jackson has lied much of the time that I've ever heard him speak. But this is one situation that I had to speak crystal. I didn't need to have no additives to it. Crystal. Derrick is trying to become a sheriff as a black man. He's not just trying to become a sheriff. He's trying to become a sheriff as a black man. But when he speaks in front of all white collectives, I'm sure he gets to talking about his white mother a little bit more than he does when he's around a whole bunch of black people. Because I don't care. I've got beige babies myself. But Derrick being part white, part black, he said it during this. He got the best of both worlds. What? You got the best of both worlds, dog? Because you white and black? You got that duality. We're going to get to it. Anybody that's still here, you here for a reason. And if you're here for the truth, sit with it. If you hear lurking, ghost watching, stew with it. If you know what I'm saying, just keep feeling it. Just keep feeling it. Craziness.
Appointee, became an officer in 2012 and been a police officer ever since. But I haven't pushed the patrol car, didn't work up through the ranks. What people don't understand is my role. It's a unique and a different role.
I did that on purpose so that you can explain that for the people who say, he ain't never been no road patrol officer.
But here's the thing, again, like I 2010 situation, in the last homicide we had, guess what? There are multiple ways to actually find it and to get the most vendors on our streets. And always I have been at the middle of so it's countless of them, right? And we can run through homicide by homicide by homicide. And our detectives do great work. But there's other ways to actually apprehend, find out what's going on, make the connection.
I'm going to stop. So I'm going to stop right there. Why do they always stick with homicide, 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 homicide? What about breaking and enterings? What about domestics? What about sexual assaults? Child abuse, runaways, illicit drug usage, illicit drug sales. Why don't they ever talk about things on a community set? Why all about murder, homicide, homicide, murder? Why is it always about that? Because what gets attention. But if you ask me, violence and attention way faster. Child abuse, sexual abuse, drug abuse. That's going to get my attention way before murder because of all of the crimes that to the most violent year since 2013 last year. Crime, only of them more murders. And God bless the dead. Not saying only to minimize them not being here, but only 20. Let's go to all the other crimes in Washington County. They always like to talk about their success rate of solving a murder in Washington County. It's 80%. Nationally, 60%. Put in perspective. The county solves 4 out of 5 murders. The nation solves 5. The county solve out of 500 murders, solve 400. Takes 100. The nation, then you know how many they have in the nation? Out of 500 murders in the nation, they solve 300. You solve 80% in Washtenaw County. You absolutely should. And when people bring up the nation stat, that's just like how they play politics when they want to talk about Biden and Trump compared to your local politics. Not the. Those stats are cooked. I don't know if the success rate is that high on the nation or lower. I don't. And we really don't know if Washtenaw County is actually solving these murders or if they're not getting from the state police, the feds, from other counties. But then if murder happened here, not be the one who actually solved it. Play with those words, play with stats. But once it's broken down, what really did you do? That's what it's about, doing that work in the soil, in these streets, Washington.
All doing some of this work in the streets. And that's the part where people don't understand. Mm-hmm. Even around like a domestic violence call, people don't understand, wait a minute, hey, Derek, you get that call sometimes? Absolutely. And then it's my job to help make the connection and to do it the right way. Last night we had the ball and basketball. The fellows were doing a little run high school. And deputies were there. And a potential person there with a pretty serious warrant. So I'm laying in bed. You can tell I'm a little under the weather. I'm not feeling good. So I'm laying in bed. I wasn't there. And I get a call. Like, Derek, I know your deputies, but this person got a warrant. This is that unique role that people don't understand. The folks with the warrants and the deputies looking for the folks with the warrants are both having a conversation. And at the end of it, we work it out. And it's such a nice, smooth, healthy community response. Right? This is the part that I expect people to really know it, because there is no other. There are very few roles like mine around the entire country, right? Let alone here in Washington County.
Very few like around the country. And if he is this community engagement sheriff's department superstar in one of the counties in the state, in one of the most areas in the country. I mean, this area is a very Ann Arbor, you have Ypsilanti, you have University. Just those two universities puts us on the map, or know where we are, who we are. Just between the Ann Arbor and Ypsi. And everything else around the county, and Washington County is a very popular area. Ann Arbor was just given what one of the safest to live in one of the publications. You know, they always go between 1 and 2, 1 and 3. Safest places to live. But they don't like to talk about the things that have happened in Washington County, to talk about things that have happened in Ypsi or Ypsi Township. As if everybody else is good. Everybody else is tight. Nobody needs help except in Township. And I'm not telling anybody not to give Ypsi and Ypsi Township help. You try to move that lie, I'll make you go find I said it. Because those kids need an outlet. Whatever they're getting positive, they need the outlet. I wish the same fervor was there for kids and literacy. The fourth, developing that wicked jump shot. I hope he has that same fervor to conjugate a before he gets that killer crossover. I need to see him with that crazy to geometry crossover, to calculus crossover. Can we do? Because every kid that's balling in won't be an Amani Bates. No. Baby. But goddamn it, we could stand the W.E.B. Du Bois and Langston Hughes's. We absolutely can. We should be expecting of it at this point. Scholar athletes, student athletes, not athlete scholars, not athlete students. Before I'm letting you dribble the ball, I need you to be able to spell the word dribble. E's before E. Because I've told several youngins that before, and they got it wrong. I only had one B coming back. They couldn't get that LE thing right. And some of them even added an A. How you going to tell that kid they're going to be a bad when they're going to be ineligible because they can't read?
We've been doing. We've been in this very interesting middle. Think about the thin line and long. Listen, when you really think of some dangerous situations, that's really the thing. I get to live that. I love it. I don't know what else I would do at this particular point. I can't see myself leaving. And just to...
He's right. He doesn't know what he'll do if he doesn't win this sheriff's race. A community engagement social work superstar of one of his sheriff's departments in the state He should be able to write his own ticket anywhere in the country. Transformed policing for the last 16 years with the first black chief or sheriff, Washtenaw County. Why wouldn't you be able to write your own ticket anywhere? Why? You mean you don't know what you do? If he was as great as he says he is, if he was as great as he talks, if he was as great as he thinks he is, he'd be like, "Oh, here, Jerry, it's for me to bounce. I did my work here. Now I'm gonna go somewhere and get this ridiculous bag," because it'd be waiting for him. There's communities all over the country that needs a superstar like him, and he's willing to dip his finger in politics. Come on, man. I don't think I can put that on the screen, Kenny. Hold on a second. Oh, here we go. Derek Jackson would not qualify for any chief job in the United States, no matter how big or small the agency. He lacks the basic half dozen minimal qualifications. In fact, he would not even qualify for a sergeant's position at any department. Now, are you talking about the position literally or petty? Sorry. 0 qualifications. He just made up the title of director. He has 0 experience as directing law enforcement. He would not even get an interview. Damn. Not even as a DEI hire. They're like, man, we bring him in. We can say we interviewed a black person. They ain't even gonna give him the hire, even give it to a white person. Damn, that's deep.
Officers. There's a lot of people out there like, well, the officers, this and that. Mm-hmm. Listen, you got some people on the trail who despise and have said this. Sheriff Clayton, and what we do. Mm-hmm. Heard it. Imagine a sheriff who despises the very agency and the folks that they're actually overseeing. So you talk about staff morale. So don't take my word for it.
That's my point.
Please go talk to it. When you see an officer, talk to the deputies. Just ask them, right? They're not going to get your campaign. When you talk one-on-one, they're going to tell you the truth. And I hope people do ask the staff really think.
And that's the reason why I talked to.
He told y'all local, go ask. Ask the deputies what they think of him. Give me your thoughts on Derek Jackson. That's all you have to say. Started out with, give me your thoughts on Derek Jackson. And just so you can make them feel comfortable, let them not trying to record, not trying to, you just want to hear their unadulterated, unapologetic thoughts on Derek Jackson. Maybe even double back and say, give me your thoughts on the sheriff and Derek Jackson, and see what all the deputies say. See what the ones that are still employed at Washtenaw County. Don't go find some that have quit, because we already know where that's going to be. I'm not putting in the cheat. I want you to go find former deputies. I want you to deal with only current deputies. I'm going to be fair. Current staff at the jail.
And maybe I could have not necessarily chose a better analogy when I was talking about, because that's what they was talking about. Well, he's never been up at road patrol and all. I said, well, you ain't never been a sheriff. You ain't even been around. You ain't never led nobody. Okay, so the point I'm getting at, you're
another jab at Alicia Dyer. Another jab at her. I'm not sure why this has made so much about Alicia Dyer and things that she brought on her campaign. But I've said that, but I'm not in the race. Ken McGee has said that, and he's talked about her, and that's just based on, really, Alicia's lack of experience is based on her years. Alicia's 30 years old. Hell, Ken's got 30 years experience. Where's the math in that? So I understand why she lacks experience. She did put in 10 years at the WCSO, 6 years old, couple years Marine. I get it. But no, she's never been supervisory as far as like he's hired felons and supervised the felons. But he's never risen up through the ranks either. He's never really controlled anybody either. And the felons, I get it. But for Foley to be taking a jab that she's never led anybody, that's crazy. Why is that your kite to fly? And I get it. The reason I say it within the context of everybody's experience. He's saying it shouldn't be looking for this job because she ain't never led nobody. Well, what if she had been the general manager of a Fortune 500 company, but nothing to do with policing? What if she had been a general manager? She was a CEO. She only 30. I said she was a general of a Fortune 500 company, and she led 100 employees, 200 employees, 5 employees. Would you say she led people then? I'd still say police. I would drop off my box not one bit. But what makes me wonder, why jump the box there? He jumped on the box because he's on the team. He's on Jerry's team, on Derek's team. That's my man. That's my main man. She should look at what she would have raised. Okay, wrong. If Alicia stuck at it, she would have raised through the ranks, but she made the decision to leave. Under nothing but facts there. And she made the decision to leave because of the environment at the sheriff's department, which is current and was led by Jerry Clayton when she was employed there. We know this now. She started. I don't know how much interaction she had on the job. I don't know if any will ever come out to. Don't know. Don't even. But the fact that, yes, her experience has been lacking in my eyes, she still has a level higher than Derek as a. Can he debate that? I don't think so. And he should stop trying to. Even if he's going to continue to wave his badge that he got from the state of Michigan, or who distributes badges? I don't know. It's their MCOLs give you a badge, you state badge, and then you get an agency you work for. I don't know. That he put up. I just know I put one up. Okay? I just know that Derek put a badge up. He waved his badge in the Washtenaw County Democratic Party forum. He was at home there. See, that's the team. The Washtenaw Democratic Party is 100% with Derek Jackson. Yes. And no, he does not have vitiligo. That's really Derek's head on it because it was never at the time. And I didn't have an actual shot of him waving that badge around at the forum. Unfortunate. What you say there? Needs 2 cops. 2. Sergeant Eugene Rush and a deputy. Bottom line, that's not leading. He ain't even got as much as I get on my streams. People want to talk about how many views I get on my streams. Let's talk about how many people he leads. He leads 2 people. Come on, man. That's not even a whole spades game. He needs to get him one more subordinate to have a spades game. All they're doing right now is playing tongue. That super either as supervises the deputy. Wow. So he's really not even those two. He's really just not bossing. Like he's just bossy. He's not a boss. He's just bossy. Departments issue badges. Okay, so he has a WCSO badge that he waved around at the Washtenaw County sheriff's candidate for him, and I wish I had seen it live. I chose that because, for one, I didn't need to go to that. I knew that was going to be a show, and the flat out lip there and watch the party. Come on, man. They're living on a whole different plane, you know. And if I want that job, last thing I need to do is go to something that the Washington County Party has put featuring Kathy Wood.
Already, you have of the staff, trust of these, you have the trust of the community. You get what I'm saying? And so to try and recreate and reinvent the wheel right now. And let me say this: you and I, along with Chief and other very trusted members of the community dealing in community violence. And
Foley always kills me trying to make everything so top secret. You and I drop who he thinks he should name drop. You and I, Chief and some top-notch crime prevention revolutionist, secret, quiet is kept, to be named, blindfolded. Come on, dog. Just say y'all had a meeting. Just say y'all had a CVI meeting and keep it moving. Why did it got to be more than it is? He always got a da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. He's the most name dropping in the ass. So funny because he reminds me, and I call him great because he was a great man, Mel Farr, the most historical name droppers in the world. Mel Farr could drop a name on any conversation he was in based on who he had met, who he did business with, bam, bam, bam. Classic name dropper. And that's who Foley reminds me of, but he's not dropping names of like people that really matter. He just drops names just for the hell of it. It's just like, I'm just going to drop this name in here and see if I can make y'all sound like real special or just because I know you. Here you go.
To try and play at nobody. Okay, so that you're in there already. You have the trust of the staff. You have the trust of the deputies. You have the trust of the community. You get what I'm saying? And to try and recreate and the wheel right now. And let me say this: you and I, along with Kurt Moore and other very dealing in community violence intervention, right? We're in a meeting the other day, you know, and we were and we talked to them. And what we're looking at right now, and what I'm seeing is that this has the potential to be right now to be a very hot summer. And so
for those of you who are not up on urban lingo, hot summer means that there's going to be a lot of community violence in the community. And the community violence interventionist, evolutionist are getting together and meeting at secret locations to make sure that they are braced and ready for the hot summer. But just so you know, in case you're not up on the ergo, hot summer means the shit is the
be proactive, potential violence down, because things are stirring back up. And the end of that and what's creating those things, impoverishedness, lack of housing, lack of job opportunity. You talked about reading.
You see how he threw literacy in there last? I'm going to go back and I'm going to cook on this, and then I'm going to let it run for a couple minutes. I'm going to let it run for a couple minutes because I really want to get through this thing. Literacy was the last thing that came to his mind, and it was something that Derek had taught. Literacy should be at every one of our minds, because a lack of literacy spurs on and absolutely inadequate housing, inadequate nourishment are all direct culprits of violence in the community. But it starts with literacy. I said it last week a couple times. I always want to see the transcripts from suspects, sexual predators, domestic violence assailants, people who tend to be on the educational scale. I'm not saying everybody, because I know there's plenty of honor roll motherfuckers out here that's done did some real shit. But as far as I can see, if you got your kid in the way when you're young, and that's in them books, and that's on them character building exercises, whether it be the arts, music, sports, or other activities that are going to help you elasticize your brain, you ain't got no time to be out here doing no mischief. But God, you can't read and you get to a certain level and ain't nobody going to give you a job, I can't blame you. But I can blame who was in your life as if you were going to remain a baby forever. I blame them wholly.
It's a lot of brothers in prison, right, and in jail because they didn't have reading skills. You know what I'm saying? I remember, as a joking, I remember a brother wanted me to read his paperwork when I was incarcerated, right? And he said, I forget the word that he said, right? Like, or culpable or something like that. He said, what does that mean? What has to mean going to jail for a long time? Mm-hmm. So anyway, what I'm saying is that this summer, not just partial, or taking place on the nation because conflict of philosophy and ideology, you're going to have some people getting ready to merge and stuff like that. And you know what I find is fun? You know that. Why does everybody come to the city of dumb shit our community instead of going into the municipalities where the stuff is happening and are actually going on that you're complaining about, and then you show up at our city hall and our city place, take issues and stuff like that and disrupt our peace. You know what I mean? No, this is not Mayberry. I'll be the first one to tell you it's not a peaceful hamlet. But I with one another here in the city of Ypsilanti, right? And when people talk about the police and department, why don't they never go out to Saline, Chelsea, where the majority of those communities are white, right? Instead, they come right here saying that these things are taking place right there. I tell everybody else, don't solve the problems that are occurring out in Ypsilanti Township. Mm-hmm. Go out to the Ypsilanti Civic Center and take your issues out there. Go out to the Pittsfield Township, those places, and take your issue up there. So if we want to deal with issues where you're talking about racial makeup of police departments and racism and this and racism that, why you don't ever go out to where the white folks is at? Why do you come from out of your peaceful white neighborhood, your peaceful white city, your peaceful white community, and come to the city of Ypsilanti and create havoc here and start putting pressure upon our city administration and our elected officials. Anyway, that was.
I always like to say that was a lot to unpack. That makes me sound like I'm pastor. That's a lot to unpack. Actually, it's not. What Bro just said was a whole bunch of circular babble. A bunch of babble. Okay? Here's the thing. Talking about, and I think he may have been throwing he may have been throwing it at Alicia because she talks a lot about the problems that are happening in Ypsi and Ypsi Township. I get it. He also talking about things that Ken McGee has talked about in Ypsi Township because it's a part of what they're dealing with the share. Ken can't talk about the problems because if Ken doesn't talk about all the things that are going on in Ypsi and Ypsi Township, then they'll be like, he don't care about us. He don't even talk about us. But when he does talk about you, then you want to try to mock him. Caroline Sanders, Annie Ville. Y'all didn't think I'd talk about them? I'll talk about them. Annie's son yelled, "Your time is up," last week at the debate. Now, I didn't realize until after Somerville wasn't the timekeeper. I thought she got mad and waiting her notification that his time was up. But she wasn't even on the timekeeping staff, and she said, "Your time up." Well, Annie, what's wrong with you? Why is his time up? Because his 2 minutes was up? I mean, I get it, but why did you need his time to be up? Why did his time have to be up? How come you just couldn't let the timekeeper do their job? Why did you have to get into it? Why did you open your mouth? Annie, are you okay?
Are you okay? So Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Annie, are you okay? So Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
I need to know if Annie is okay.
Very hot summer. And he said, what does that mean? What has it mean going to jail for a long time? Mm-hmm. So anyway, what I'm saying is that projected this summer, not just here in Washington County.
Let me go for it.
In our city place to take up issues and stuff like that and disrupt our peace. Mayberry, I'll be the first one to tell you it's not a peaceful.
Lost the spot. I'll be honest, y'all. I lost the spot, and then when the drop, I had to go to that link. But now that I'm back, let me find it, and I'll make sure that I get the spot. If I got to go to another drop in between the back.
Why do you come from out of your peaceful white neighborhood, your peaceful white city, your peaceful white community, and come to the city of Ypsilanti and create havoc here and start putting pressure upon our city administration and our elected officials? Anyway, that was my little 2 cents. That was Derek said. Sometimes, like I told you,
You know, it's funny because my mother's white.
Yeah, I know.
And my mother. But I think about this all the time. This sounds on the campaign trail just is like burning in my soul. And folks always say, like, Derek, how you calm in the midst of all of this?
Must be his white side that he stays calm. I'm gonna let the inkster inside of me. I'm not even gonna be petty anymore. Yes, I am.
My mother's white. She's one of the only white folks that I ever seen in Inkster. Raised in the heart of Inkster. She had 4 black babies and 11 black grandbabies. You know what? I never heard my white mother, who in the heart of blackness in the household, you know what she never did? Tried to explain to me black struggle in America.
Go ahead a little bit more on that, bro. I'm gonna let you say it.
Well, because I think it's really important for us to be able to have some of these real conversations. I never heard my white mother, who was raising me in the way manner, talk about like she understood the Black struggle more than her Black son who was growing up in it. Right?
So, once again, and I'll just do this because I want you to see that I'm not just sitting in here nothing. His mother's white. Okay. Mother's white. I get it. But why didn't she? Why didn't she try to explain the struggle of Black people? His daddy's Black. And if she don't understand the struggle, she had 4 babies. What do you say? 4 babies, 11 grandbabies. Now, she didn't have 11 grandbabies back then. She had 4 babies. She had 4 kids, 4 Black kids, beige. Why didn't she talk to him about the struggle of a Black person? Because she's supposed to understand the struggle of a Black person. She doing with man if she does not understand the struggle of Black people. What you there for? Please don't make me go down a road that I don't need to go down. Because see, I've already told people. I've told white women and I've told white men, don't just come for Black people for the obvious. We know why some white people come for Black people, for the obvious. Don't be that white person. Please don't be that white person. I need you to be better than that white person. So if she took the responsibility to be in a relationship with a Black man and have his babies, because they now Black babies, they Black babies. Why wouldn't she teach her sons about the struggle of Black people? Didn't say she had to be Black to teach it. There's plenty of white teachers out here teaching Black history. How come as a white mother, she couldn't teach Black history? Don't make me find your flaws, because I will find them. That's the most asinine remark he could have ever made. My white mother didn't try to teach me about the Black struggle. She didn't. You had one job, Mrs. Jackson. You had one job. And you failed at your one job. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. I am for real. She should have been the first one, because the mother is the first one at the kid, even before the father. She should have been the first one to not only understand and empathize, she should have been the first one to articulate the Black struggle. Because all dad should be coming in doing is reinforcing it as the Black man, as the Black father, as the Black figure. Asinine. Asinine.
Growing up, my mother was the smartest person on the planet, right? But I never heard her speaking that way. So whenever I hear people, and I just got to say it this way, I refuse to be lectured by someone to tell me what it means to be Black in Washington County, period. And so this is the thing that just is like, on this campaign trail is like, it's like a fire inside of me that is like, oh my goodness. Like, yep. And I know our folks are smart, aware, connected. So I'm not worried about it. But I think we just got to put the truth out there and say, listen, we know how to solve our own community issues. The idea or the notion, me growing up in Inkster, doing the work that I do, you know, I tell people, where were some of these folks when I was sitting on the porch with that mother telling her son had just been murdered? Hello? Where were some of these folks when I was given money to buy that son a suit.
I shouldn't have cut it that soon. My finger was right at the button, but I guess my nerves got to twitching. Here, let me go back 15 seconds. And I'm going to let you hear what he's about to say. And then my expectations for what the other two candidates in this sheriff's race could have possibly done.
I don't tell people connected. So I'm not worried about it. But I think we just got to put the truth out there and say, listen, we know how to solve our own community issues. The idea or the notion, me growing up in Inkster, doing the work that I do, you know what I tell people? Where were some of these folks when I was sitting on the porch with that mother telling her son had just been murdered? Hello? Where were some of these folks when I was given money to buy that son a suit so he looked honorable when he was going in his casket? Where were some of these folks when that young man's friends were calling me at 2 a.m. because they couldn't sleep because they were so angry and wanted to harm somebody? So when we start talking about our community, like this is just the one piece where, again, I gotta okay, let me do a little social worker on me, right? Because I think it's important. We got to talk about this. Yes, we do. This is.
So I'm going to stop it right there because Foley's going to shoehorn his situation in with the Supreme Felons, which is another laughable issue. Where were people when he was on the porch with that mother telling her son had just been murdered? Where were the other two sheriff candidates supposed to be? That's your job as a community engagement officer. Unfortunately, that is part of your job. And as far as giving her money to buy a suit for his funeral, you didn't pay for that. The county paid for that. Taxpayers paid for that suit. You ain't gave no money out of your pocket. See, people that try to do things and act bigger than they are, that's a problem. That's that Big Willie syndrome. I want to be Big Willie. I want to be Big Willie. They call him Big Willie. What are you talking about? Where were they at? I've talked to parents, multiple parents of murder victims that said Derek Jackson hadn't did shit for them. But he was walking around town, walking around the county, talking about shit, giving testimonials for those very families. Please don't make me get started. That was last year. Not to discount those deaths because they still matter just as much this year. But Derek Jackson had his chance to really, really shine for people last year, and he didn't. And he didn't. So now you've got a new set of murders, and you can do things a little bit differently. Buying a suit, doing your job. I am never going to give a man credit for doing his job. That's your job. You get paid to do that. Buying a suit, pulled out a requisition slip. Hey, man, I need to help this lady get a suit for her son. Okay. That's part of community engagement. Stop acting like you doing something that ain't nobody else done that's been in your position. Because the sheriff candidates that are running against them right now, are they supposed to do that stuff? Or is that supposed to be Derek's job? Don't ask somebody to be in a space that you're in, that you're already getting paid to do. You've got firsthand experience, firsthand knowledge. Because I know for a fact, candidate McGee went to murder victims of 2023. He went to their funerals. He brought me the funeral programs back. I didn't go. He went and sat silently in the back. to murder victims in Washtenaw County. Some of those funerals, Derek showed up and high-fived people when he walked in, postured, made sure everybody knew he was there. But then he did nothing for the families in return. Trust me, I've talked to the mothers. I've talked to the siblings. Because that's what an advocate does. I've called deputies, prosecutors, called the jail to find out if a mother could get her son's prescriptions through, because he was in there without them, and there are very specific prescriptions that he couldn't get on an immediate level. Because that's what advocates do. I don't get paid by the county. I did that because I knew the mother. Didn't even know her son, but I knew her. So I did what I needed to do. And he wants credit for doing his job? That's where we at with it? Okay, Derek.
Say from the beginning, the issues are too important. The stakes are too high. We got to wake up and pay attention. We got to really be paying attention.
And that's my point exactly. The young man whose life was lost, his funeral was last week. Where was y'all to help pay for the funeral? Supreme Felons took up a collection to help pay for it. Y'all wasn't there then. Y'all wasn't there to comfort the family.
Supreme Felons did what? They took up a collection. What's the Supreme Felons doing taking up a collection? Don't they have a fund for that? I mean, they got some ARPA money, and didn't they put separate funds together for people leaving the penal institutions, people struggling with substance abuse, homelessness, hunger, maybe even death? They took up a collection. What they doing taking up a collection? Oh, because that's right. They are 501c3. They can get them donations. Donations, donations, donations. Gifts, 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 donations. Can I get a shovel, y'all? Snow will be here in about 9 months. Y'all got any extra shovels sitting around?
Supreme Felon, whose life was lost, his funeral was last week. Where was y'all to help pay for the funeral? Supreme Felons took up a collection to help pay for it. Y'all wasn't there then. Y'all wasn't there to comfort the family. Supreme Felons Incorporated was, what have you, right? So I like that you put that straight up and down there, Derek, that your mother didn't speak on something that she didn't know what the experience is, right?
Once again, Derek was raised in Inkster. How couldn't she know what the Black struggle was? How couldn't she know what Black struggle was? Whether she was Black or not, she was with a Black man and she had 4 Black babies. How did Derek Jackson's mama not know what Black struggle was? Baby, if you living in Inkster and you with a Black man and you got 4 Black babies, you damn well better know what Black struggle is, or you one of the most delusional mamas out there in captivity. You ain't got to be Black to know what Black struggle is. You ain't got to be Black to not to identify with Black struggle. Live in Black struggle long enough, and you will ingratiate to Black struggle. And if she didn't ingratiate to Black struggle, she must have always saw herself as something different. I'm not saying she had to be a wigger. I'm just saying she had to either identify, understand, empathize, and articulate, or just turned a blind eye to it. And from the way Derek's talking, she turned a blind eye to Black struggle. because she didn't try to teach him about it. And maybe that's why he's so misguided to this day. Maybe because he's so black on his black side, but he don't really understand on his white side because his mama didn't teach him nothing. Maybe his daddy was supposed to teach it to him, but maybe his daddy didn't even give it to him. So maybe just the blackness that he really has is the melanin in his skin, and that's why he thinks he can pass. When he works the white rooms, he gets a little lighter. When he works the black rooms, he talks like this. He talks like Big Pimpin'. But then when he works the white rooms, he talks like this. I'm Derek Jackson running for sheriff. But when he gets in the black rooms, hey, brother, sis, what's going on, sis? Negro, please.
So many of our people, not my people, so many of these people coming in to this community suffer from a white savior complex. And then some of our people suffer from white savior syndrome, thinking that it has to be somebody white to solve and resolve our problems.
But see, here's the thing for me, and maybe it's just because I grew up in this duality, right, in this household that I always got to see. So my mother loved me dearly. My white grandmother loved me dearly. I lived with both my grandmothers, for a certain time. I, spent a lot of time at their house. Didn't actually physically live there, spent a lot of time there. And equally loved me dearly. So I grew up seeing love from white folks, love from black folks, seeing hate in my community from black folks and hate in my community from white folks. So I just grew up in this duality kind of a situation. And so I don't look at folks and say, well, just because they this or they that, they got some hidden motives and object. But I do know this. You can't explain to me the black experience of being a black man in America. So this is my only point is, I refuse to let someone lecture me about what it means to be black in America, period.
Same way. I'm the same way too. And that's why I talk about suffering from white savior complex, in the belief that it is your duty and your appointed responsibility to come into my community and resolve my woes when you don't even know what it's about. And I take that very seriously.
So look, I know we run out of time.
We ain't got no time. You got something to do. I ain't got nothing to do.
But I know we get on for
we have enough time. Yep.
We got a lot of stuff that we can talk about. I just want to say a couple of pieces. Number one, we're running for sheriff because there's something bigger that has to be done. And if we don't do it, that means we're complicit, all of us.
That might have been the most truthful thing he said. We're complicit. If we don't do it, we're complicit. Because for the last 15 years, they haven't done it. They haven't done it. Jerry's last campaign slogan was, let us finish what we started. In your estimation, has Jerry Clayton finished what he started in 2009? Do you feel that Jerry Clayton has done the work of the people since 2009 and he is finishing what he started? Really? Think about it. Or have you just played along as a blind Democrat? Vote blue no matter who. Now it's vote blue all the way through. You sat back and you listened. Some of y'all got sweet talked. Some of y'all got a little mo. Some of you have been here for the bag. A bag that you wouldn't be able to get anywhere else because you ain't worth that bag. But Washtenaw County people, they love lies. They love lies. And since we love lies, that's why we're talking about liars. Liars. Liars shouldn't be hires.
And continuing to rely on police to solve these major community issues. I always say crime ain't a police problem. Crime is a community issue.
Yes, it is.
And if we don't deal with it from a community perspective, yes, you need police there to help keep the peace. But if that's all you got to keep the peace, then you got some real issues. And so these small policy tweaks is not going to change the soil in our neighborhoods. We got a bigger vision, right? A transformative vision to change. And that's the part that I'm, and my job on the convince folks like it's a vision they can really mobilize and get behind.
Just to let y'all know, that wasn't my audio messed up like that. You go back and listen to Foley's stream. His stream messed up in those places. I watched it a couple of times. It messed up in those same places. So I don't know what else he had going on there. I don't know if Jerry was like patched in, he might have been patched in or something. They got some feedback from another source or something like that. Because Jerry keeps his eyes and ears on everything. He's a sheriff that's everywhere. Jerry's always around, but not.
One thing I wanted to say. Number two is I really need people to register and to go vote.
Yes.
August 6th is the vote. And in Washington County, in August, that primary election, that's it. Yeah. Like the November general election, the name will be on the ballot. It's really about who wins in August. And so, again, the issue's still important. We can't just sit by and be like, oh, that's fine. Because I get a lot of people say, oh, Derek, come on, it's a no-brainer, right? It's a no-brainer. No, we didn't see some crazy things happen on the national level.
Yes,
right? We watching it again.
We watching it again.
And so what are we watching again? Why is Joe Biden and Donald Trump in this conversation? Why is Donald Trump and Joe Biden in this conversation? Fear-mongering. That's fear-mongering. We done seen some crazy stuff happen. We done seen some crazy stuff happen in these elections. Yeah. Like unqualified people getting elected. And we're trying to prevent that from happening now. We don't need more unqualified people being elected. Derek.
Not just say, oh, it's a no-brainer. I need people to talk to family. I need people to get on here and comment, share the video. I need people to, register and to vote and to get their family out to vote. And let's not take anything for granted. Honestly, let's do the opposite. Let's send a very clear message of what we value in Washington County and what we want to see moving forward. And let's make sure people hear us loud and clear.
Yeah.
Is that Washtenaw County or is that just Ypsi and Ypsilanti Township? Superior Township? Because they don't really talk about Washtenaw County in this video. They only talk about the things that happen in their county, in their county, in their county. Their county.
Saying that is because just what you said right there. And that's why I wanted you on the show. You get what I'm saying? Because of the phone calls I've been receiving from people who've been getting misinformation. You get what I'm saying? But I thank you for having enough trust and faith in believing that I may have the proper answer or have a connection to. Look, it's brothers from all out of, shout out to Professor Rashid Abdullah, right? Mm-hmm. He's a professor out at Wayne County Community College, right? He contacts me when he wants to try to get in contact with you, Jerry, or Kurt. You get what I'm saying? But what I'm just saying that is that to thinking that I had this type of information, this is why I wanted you on this show, right? Because sheriffing, policing is much more than taking pictures with somebody. I say that because I'm getting this thing the same.
I think that was once again some shade thrown at Alicia, but also with Ken McGee. With Ken McGee's got over 3 decades, 30 years of policing experience. Over a 30-year time, you're going to take some pictures. Over 30 years time, you're going to meet some people. You're going to meet some, some politicians, some dignitaries. You may even meet some presidents. And I know that it's funny because actually I hate the picture. I'll be honest. I'm going to say it right on my platform. I hate the picture of him in Obama, but that's because of my feelings about Obama and what Obama did to Black Americans while he was a president and what he continues to do by being an antagonist to Black Americans, his post-presidency. So that's why I don't like the picture. But it doesn't have anything to do with the elevation of where Ken was at as a police and his duty to protect Obama during that time period. My situation is cut and dry. Dude, what you did doesn't make me any difference other than the fact I just don't like the picture personally. But he gets on here and he starts talking about, oh, you can't just take pictures. You don't want to just take pictures. You want to go look at the stuff that Derek does online. He takes a lot of pictures. And we only want to talk about Foley. We don't want to talk about Mr. Kodak, Mr. Polaroid. He loves taking pictures of him and himself and his band. They look like an old R&B band when they be taking these pictures. Now they doing them in black and white and doing them with different images and different, show pieces and stuff like that. Y'all look like y'all about to go on tour with Frankie Beverly and he's retiring. So hopefully y'all retiring too. Y'all should go on Frankie Beverly's retirement tour and be Frankie Beverly's security. And when Frankie Beverly draws the curtain on the last show, y'all should say, you know what? Thank you, God bless, and good night. And just throw your orange hoodies into the crowd. There you go. Stop fooling everybody with your lies. Because you only fool the people that want to hear that shit. The people who really know the real, they've already written you off. And when you talk shit like you're talking right now, it's crazy to me. It's literally crazy to me. What they did during this hour and a half situation, yeah, it's ballooned into 3 hours and 40 minutes of me because I've broken every situation that I felt was necessary down. And maybe I missed a couple. Hopefully I didn't. If I did, leave a comment of what I didn't talk on, and I'll go back and answer your comment right in the chat. But what they did yesterday was a disservice to any voter who was looking for some real truth. Derek just spat his spat. He just spat his spat. That was it. Same shit. I've heard Derek say some of these things that he said yesterday at least 7 times. At least. And hearing Foley try to give him dime, he tried to drop some dimes on Derek so Derek could slam dunk him, and then Derek didn't even dunk him. Because Derek don't dunk. Derek lays him up. Lay up. Not with a basketball either. Fellas, watch your wives.
Oh, they cool as hell. You get what I'm saying? And what have you. Being cool ain't about being shared. Being who you took a picture with, I took a picture with them and all this kind of stuff, that ain't what policing is about, right? It's about making hard decisions.
Is he talking about literally or is he talking metaphorically? Because being a sergeant and asking your troops to go up the hill and then asking them to go up the hill metaphorically, those are 2 different situations. Just asking.
And not misleading people down the road that you're going to govern people with a feather duster. You know what I'm saying? Hitting people upside the head with marshmallows when they're done wrong, right? And they need to come.
Hitting people upside the head with marshmallows. See, that must be Alicia because she wants to disarm the deputies. So, well, she's talked about that. Hitting people upside the head. Why did hitting somebody upside the head with a marshmallow come into play? What do you want them to hit them upside the head with, a billy club? With a D battery mag light? Pistol? What do you want them to hit them upside the head with? Don't use marshmallows, but what are we using here, Foley? Are we actually even hitting people upside the head in 2024, Foley? Are we hitting people upside the head? Your guy is there. He should have stopped you right there. Well, we ain't really hitting people upside the head, whether it be with marshmallows or not. He should have stopped him right there. Anything that constitutes violence towards a citizen at the hands of a deputy, Derek Jackson should have stood up right there. But instead, he sat back and sat by. And I messed up again. Hold on a second. There we go.
In a police family, and not misleading people down the road that you're going to govern people with a feather duster. You know what I'm saying? Hitting people upside the head with marshmallows when they're done wrong, right? And they need to come in. It requires tough decisions. It requires people who are strong. It requires people who are understanding, people who are knowledgeable in what they're doing. And so you said something, you had the duality, right? Mm-hmm. Now, my story is You get what I'm saying? I grew up, as I said earlier, in a police family, in a police environment. But the duality on it, on the other side, was the rough side. Yes, I went to prison. I went to jail on various types of crime. You get what I'm saying? So I received love from law enforcement. I also received love from the street. I also got that proverbial, that real street education. You get what I mean? I really got it, got an understanding on it. Some folks I ran with, you get what I'm saying? A lot of people don't know what I was genuinely and truly all engaged with because I had a different name. You know what I mean? My name was D. So nobody knew who I was or what.
I didn't know he had another name. I guess his name was D. His name wasn't Brian Foley. His name was D. So if you heard about a D in the streets back in the day, that wasn't D. That was really Brian Foley. Okay, his name in the streets was not Brian Foley back in the day. His name was D. Okay, so just in case y'all need to check his resume from the streets back in the day, don't look up Brian Foley from back in the day. Look up D. And everything that D did back in the day, that was him. All right, that was Brian. Make sure you understand that, because he just said it. I didn't know until this time. Hell, I didn't know he was a sergeant. And it led people up a metaphoric hill. And now I know that his name ain't always been Brian Foley. His name was D. So I get it.
Was engaged with, right? And at the same time, too, I had conversations, I had lectures and things from the police department, from police officers, in particular my dad. And I still have those relationships right now with former judges and with former police officers who still, I listen to my elders. Let me just say that. And I listen to my elders, ex-gangsters. You get what I'm saying? So I got that duality, like you saying, on both sides. You get what I mean? To have a vision on what's really necessary and what is needed in these streets. And that's why I sit in the chair and I do things I do. You get what I mean? Tell you how you want to. Yeah. Anyway, Brother Derek, like I said, this is Ear Ground 197. And sometimes, man, I don't play back my tapes because sometimes I don't like the words that come out my mouth or how I presented myself and stuff like that. It's because I have a limited vocabulary. You get what I mean? I have a street vocabulary. You get what I mean? And I'm disarmed when I get passionate and stuff like that because I get you see you done see me lean back sometimes like right. So you done see me. I try to be professional, and you know what I mean on that. And so then I had these partial teeth installed, so my vocabulary gets kind of mixed up, and so therefore I have to kind of think of these words to come out and stuff like that, and I get tongue tied, tongue twisted, stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? But anyway, I hope that the words came across that what I was trying to get Derek to convey and stuff like that. But what I always say when I tell people when they come on the show, straight up and down, this is a conversation between me and you. Yeah. Y'all just happen to be listening, right? So I hope that we were able to convey why it is important that you support, endorse, and more importantly, vote for Derek Jackson. Not only is he the best qualified, I'm telling you straight up and down. Ask me. I can, Derek, I can show you better than what I can tell you. You get what I mean? I can show you better than what I can tell you. He's the only choice for sheriff. You were in office a couple weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, and I shared with you some of the things which I've been doing, what we've been doing. Yeah. You get what I mean? And now you got somebody who wants to come into office, right? That's why I say it's dangerous, because you don't have that continuity no more. I can't trust you. I can't trust you because, like you said, you don't trust the police department, the sheriff's department, right? That's going on right now. Now you coming in here, you want to run something.
Once again, a horrible analogy. If you don't trust the way a system is working and you want to see that system change, the best thing you should do is to try to get into position where you can help change that system. So for him saying that Alicia doesn't like the sheriff's department, and she was once a part of the sheriff's department, but now she wants to come back and run it. She wants to change the system. I get that. For Ken McGee, to have done the law enforcement that he's done all across the land, in the country, out of the country, for him not to like what's happening in the systems of the county, he wants to change it. That's why you run for office, to be elected, so you can help change the systems that are in play that are doing the people wrong. He makes no sense when he makes that statement. And I know it's geared more towards Alicia because he keeps saying hate, hate, hate. I look and listen to situations differently. I don't think Ken hates the sheriff's department. There's just individuals that he knows aren't worth what they're doing in the positions. I don't think he doesn't hate. He definitely doesn't hate the sheriff's department. But those types of situations have come across more at Alicia than anybody else, because she's talked, with some vitriol at some point, about the sheriff's department and things that have happened there. But that's because of her personal history. But he sounds crazy talking about, you can't just come in here and just try to change things. Well, that's exactly what you have to do when things are going wrong. When you're about to be down 40 officers at the beginning of a year, you want to have that ability to be able to change that. It's gotten worse. It's ebb and flowed to the point where it's gotten worse. Jerry's going to be out the door and somebody else will be in the seat dealing with that. And yeah, everybody wants Derek. Not everybody, but a lot of people want Derek. What's Derek know about that? What's Derek know about bringing in people on an immediate level? He's had 16 years to make sure that the rolls stayed up. The attendance scrolls stayed full. Has he been a part of that? He says he runs a police agency. He says he was a social worker who now runs a police agency. He don't run attendance. He don't run staffing. Can he count 40 minus 15? Can he count that? Can he count that?
I share with you some information, some data, some actual facts, some actual incidents that we were able to stop and prevent. To this day, people just don't know. There's a difference between community violence and domestic violence. Mm-hmm. And somebody put this narrative out there. See what happened? Homicides went up. Homicides went up since you started and the county started implementing these programs. Well, what they don't understand, maybe one or two, maybe one was a community violence issue, but the rest of them were domestic violence issue. Those are the things.
Why isn't domestic violence a community violence issue either? See, this is where I don't understand. How do you separate domestic violence from community violence? Domestic violence is absolutely a community violence issue. So are you saying that community violence is only murder? Is sexual violence a community violence issue? Is child abuse a community violence issue? Breaking and entries a community violence issue? Carjackings a community violence issue? Aggravated assaults? Those are all community violence issues. But they're only looking at the homicides, like I said before. They're not looking at the whole scale. It's easy to focus on one stat and look good at it. Put all the stats in there and you'll be less than mediocre, because that's what's happened. We've had 16 years of mediocrity.
Go ahead, Derek.
No, I was going to say, but also we have been seeing this trend for a couple of years that we knew it was going to happen coming out of COVID. And so putting these things into place all over the country, you're seeing the same things happen, right? And people have known what was happening. We saw the train coming down the track, and we said, this is what we got to do to solve. And I will always lean on this. Those closest to the problem, exactly what we started with, are always closest to the solution. And I know it's...
No, they're not. No, they're not. I think someone got their data mixed up when talking about the homicides in Washtenaw County. Who is that? Who got their data mixed up? Because I don't know. I didn't talk about stats today about murder, but who got the data mixed up? Drop the name in the chat. You put that in there. And if you ain't gonna say it public, then text it. I'll say it. You know my number. I have no problem. And what's going on, Nicole? How you doing? I didn't think that I would see you pop up in this specific stream because I understand the relationships. Yes, domestic violence, homicides are up, but 11 out of the 13 were not DV related. Oh, okay. So that wasn't me that got the data wrong. I don't need you sicking your snake on me. So that was somebody else that got the data wrong. So are you saying that there's some misinformation being spewed on some of these podcasts? Not the Villager on Decks. Yeah. I was scrolling and happened to hear Brian speaking. I apologize for that.
Sometimes for people to know, like, yep, there was a shooting that happened, but when these 5 retaliatory shootings didn't happen, they didn't happen. So people don't know. They don't necessarily feel it didn't happen. They just know that we had this murder. That's the piece that's hard sometimes in this work. You can't even really help people fully feel the number of shootings that we've stopped and prevented.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Just yesterday, and I showed you something where a young lady was pregnant and how she was brought down here in Pimp. I showed you that other day. What I didn't show you was the young.
Stay just one more minute, Nicole. I know you were just scrolling, but I want you to hear about this unreported domestic violence situation that he admits to. I want you to listen to this unreported domestic violence situation that Brian Foley was a part of. He admits it right on the tape. I can't imitate his voice, and even if I could, I wouldn't want to. Lilith is a lover, not a fighter. Does Lilith got teeth? If Lilith's got teeth, she's a fighter. Now, she might not love to fight, but as long as Lilith got teeth, she can bite. And I'm going to leave Lilith where it is and keep trying to tell the truth when I'm around Lilith. And yes, domestic violence is a community violence issue. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Here comes the hammer. Uh-oh, uh-oh. I try to tell y'all folks, I don't know who brings these people into my life, but just right at the end of this thing, because I'm just about done. They just about done talking. I'm just about done talking. Only a few. Yeah, and I bet you them few teeth is real sharp, and they'll break right through my fat skin. I'm good. I'm good on Lilith. Thank you. Listen to this unreported, documented domestic violence case. And this is why I don't like deputized units that aren't deputies. Pause.
Who I engaged with.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just yesterday, and I showed you something where a young lady was pregnant and how she was brought down here in Pimp. I showed you that other day. What I didn't show you was the young lady who I engaged with, must have been Wednesday or Thursday, where her boyfriend had beat the hell out of her, right? And she was bruised up and everything, right? So we do what we do. I went back down there after she showed me what happened and gave him some clear understanding, right? And we got at root cause of both issues and what have you. We were able to resolve that conflict for the moment and get both directed to the resources that they needed and what happened. What's going on in the community right now. Like you said, what's happening right now is projected coming out of COVID and stuff like that, but it's our relationship with the community.
We're going to stop blaming COVID because COVID right now is not the direct, things are not the direct result of COVID anymore. Maybe an indirect, but we're slowly moving away from COVID, and we need to continue moving very feverishly away from COVID so we can get back to normalcy. But everything cannot be blamed by COVID still. And I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm gonna let it get to this so I can get up out of here, because now the babble got really bad, and then the video ended. So the babble got bad at the end.
That this young lady was comfortable enough to come and tell me exactly what happened and why it was done. And so, but anyway, like I said, Derek, you're welcome back.
I'll definitely be back.
I know that this young lady was comfortable enough in what happened going on in the community right now. Like you said, what's happening right now, we're able to resolve that conflict for the moment and I went back down there after she showed me what happened and had beat the hell out of her, right? And how she was.
I'm sorry, y'all. I had passed it already. Let me play it over because I had passed it. I thought he talked about it after Derek said what he said. He said it before. Listen to the whole thing, y'all, and then I'm gonna let it run on out. Resolve the conflict. Domestic violence is not an isolated conflict that can be resolved with one person talk to an abuser. Listen again. Sorry for your head hurting.
This work, you can't even really help people fully feel the number of shootings that we've stopped and prevented.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just yesterday, and I showed you something where the young lady was pregnant and how she was brought down here in Pimp. I showed you that other day. What I didn't show you was the young lady who I engaged with, must have been Wednesday or Thursday, where her boyfriend had beat the hell out of her, right? And she was bruised up and everything, right? So,
did Brian call you on that, Nicole? Did Brian call you on that domestic violence case because of a domestic violence situation happening in Washtenaw County? I know he knows your number. I know he knows how to get rid of you. Get rid of you. I'm sorry, to get a hold of you. Did Brian Foley call you? Did he put you on the phone with that young lady who had the hell beat out of her? She had the hell beat out of her. He said it. And you don't hear any follow-up with Derek saying, I'm glad you brought her to us so we could take care of her. Because that didn't happen. Because Brian Foley resolved the conflict, not the sheriff's department, not Washtenaw County Community Health. Did the girl even go to the hospital? Did she go to urgent care? Who took care of her after Brian Foley talked to her?
We do what we do. I went back down there after she showed me what happened and gave him some clear understanding, right? And we got a root cause of both.
What's clear understanding? Almost sounds like they beat his ass. I've heard that term used. Yeah, we gave him some understanding. We did some straightening. We did some straightening with him. What's that mean? We gave him some clear understanding? Yeah, I'm concerned about this. I'll definitely do some follow-up. Glad to be of help. I'm just the villager.
And what have you, we were able to resolve that conflict for the moment and get both directed to the resources that they needed and what happened going on in the community right now. Like you said, what's happening right now is projected coming out of COVID and stuff like that, but it's our relationship with the community that this young lady was comfortable enough to come and tell me exactly what happened and why it was done. And so, but anyway, like I said, Derek, you're welcome back.
I'll definitely be back.
I know you, and I need you back. You get what I'm saying? You know, I know what the problem is there. Maybe there it is right there. See this right here? I ain't had my Red Bull.
I thought that was a sponsor. You had it on camera.
No, but I'm sitting up here listening to me. Let me get my caffeine.
I thought it was a sponsor.
So, Derek, I know that we've been on here for a minute.
Yeah.
Right? And dry mouth, cotton mouth, and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to give you the last word, and I'm going to get up on out.
Yeah, you listen. I said it in the beginning. I think the work speaks for itself. For those out there who don't know me, I would just say, ask the people around. Ask those deputies who work for us. Ask the Bryans of the world, but ask other folks. You know, when I look around at our endorsements, if you go to our website, Jackson4sheriff.com, so Jackson4sheriff.com, and look at endorsements. Mm-hmm. The longest serving sheriff in our county history is supporting us. We trust him to keep us safe. Mm-hmm. Ellie Savage, we elected him to be a reformer. Mm-hmm. A lot of us trusted him to reform the system. He's done a lot of great things. You said it earlier. I'm telling you. He's endorsed our candidacy. Mm-hmm. You look at 4 of the 5 county-wides, 8 of the 9 county commissioners, the 2 senators, Mr. Irwin, Mrs. Shink, Jason Morgan, state rep, Felicia Braybeck, state rep, and Nicole Brown. Thank you, Mayor Brown.
Jimmy Wilson.
Oh, we got to get on Jimmy. Jimmy ain't there yet.
Jimmy was here just before you left.
Yeah.
What they mean they got to get on Jimmy? Jimmy's not endorsing Derek? And if Jimmy ain't endorsed Derek, maybe Jimmy's going to endorse somebody else. Maybe he is going to endorse Ken McGee. Maybe he's going to endorse Alicia. But why they got to get on Jimmy? What they got to do to Jimmy? Well, they're going to give him some understanding? What they going to give Jimmy? Jimmy, you vote your interest. You vote your conscience. You don't, man, I didn't even listen to that part. At this point, I wasn't even listening to the video. It was the audio was running. I ended up editing it down back to the end. They said they're going to get on Jimmy? Oh, man. No wonder Jimmy won't come on the platform. He really might not come on now that he done heard that. Because I want to know what kind of what they going to get on Jimmy. Get off of Jimmy. Pause.
He was at the meeting, but he just left the studio just before you got
Jimmy been busy getting all that money for school, so we can give him past.
But
But Jimmy's organization, the UAW, Region 1A, is endorsed. IBEW, the organization,
my organization,
has endorsed it. I say all that because the folks who know, who we trust, who make the policies of the land, it's been amazing to me how many have jumped on board to support our candidacy, and they're not doing that just because, I'm going to support this person. Mm-hmm. They're doing it because they know who does the work. And the work speaks for itself. So I just encourage folks, if you don't know me, ask somebody. Don't take my word for it. Go out there and look at the video. Look at the video. When I talk about policing on the TED Talk video, it's got almost like 80,000 views from like years ago.
Right.
That was before anything we were talking about related to running for sheriff.
Any TED Talk that's been around for over 5 years is going to have a ridiculous amount of views just because it's a TED Talk. It doesn't have 80,000 views because of Derek Jackson and what he said. It has 80,000 views because it's a TED Talk. All TED Talks go viral. Boy, he be trying to pull the wool over your eyes. He be trying to pull that light-skinned wool over your eyes. Come on, Nanny Goat.
And it lays out the kind of work we were talking about doing 14 years ago. And so I only reference that because it's not just about trying to get the votes. All I say is look at the work, check the receipts, let it speak for itself. If that's something you can get behind, I ask you to vote for Derek Jackson for sheriff on the August 6th ballot.
Yep. And that's what I said. He was doing the work long before he became, as you know him to be, in the community team, community outreach team, excuse me. He had been doing the work before that. That's probably we have a community outreach team. He been doing the work. If you gotta wait to get in the office or get elected to do the job, to become whatever you choose to be, whether it be city council person, trustee, mayor, supervisor, sheriff, whatever, if you gotta wait to get elected to do the work, then you don't need to have the job.
How can you do the job if you haven't been elected? I mean, I understand community advocacy and I understand with civic-minded people, but how can anybody do the work that Derek says he's done or is doing if they didn't have the same positions? When you start talking that circular babble to me, you just, come on, man. Come on, man. Really? That's who you are? Man, you got to wait till to get the job to do the work. If you got to get the job to do the work, yeah, you kind of do have to wait to get the job to do the work. D, I'm never calling him Brian again. I'm just going to call him D. And man, so many words that I know that start with the name D. Hopefully I never start to say those words. But I'm going to let him finish up, say what he's going to say, and I'm going to say what I'm going to say, and I'm going to be out.
Get you around 197. I catch y'all out next week, and we are up out of here.
You sure the fuck are. Jeez. I took a 29-minute, almost 30-minute clip from that stream, and now we just hit 4 hours and 10 minutes. I know it's long. I used to do 6-hour radio shows. I do shit like this in my sleep. Y'all didn't have no dead air. Y'all didn't have no untruthful air. But what you had was an individual and individuals telling lies. Aren't y'all tired of being lied to? You've been lied to for a long time. Once again, support the teachers and staff of Ann Arbor Public Schools. The teachers and staff of Ann Arbor Public Schools are about to go through it. Over 400 will lose their jobs. Families, hundreds of families are about to be directly affected. And what about the families of the students that will be affected as they lose their teachers, their educators, their mentors, their guides, their counselors, their confidants? Yeah, I was petty. I was petty today. I was petty Pendergrass. I was petty Murphy. But I'm serious about this. And I ain't going to get any less serious about it. Born and raised in Ann Arbor. Both of my kids graduated from Ann Arbor Public Schools. My grandkids look like they're going to end up going through the AAPS system. Why wouldn't I ride for it? And I tell you, once they get to 4th grade, the only statistic I'm going to be looking for is how far ahead are they? Not what can we do to get them caught up? Because that's my job, to get the other kids caught up. We'll make sure they're ahead of the game, and they'll reach back. Because they will learn how to reach one, teach one. One love.
Yeah, rappers stepping to me. They wanna get some, but I'm the cat, so yo, you know the outcome.
Rappers stepping to me. They wanna get some, but I'm the creeper, so yo, you know the outcome.
Rappers stepping to me. They wanna get some, but I'm the cat, so yo, you know the outcome.
Rappers stepping to me. They wanna get some, but I'm the creeper, so yo, you know the flow.
Who wanna see me act a fool? Grab the mic and broadcast like the 6 o'clock news. Reaching my peaks when I excite the crowd. And MCs get dealt with quick for crying out loud. I packed a little something every rump of your suds. Back happy in the house, I'll show your MC some love. My slow flow keeps you on the go like no dose. Plus, I'm your doctor on call for the down low. It's just the like thing that functions what I bring. Like Mary J sang, I got real love for this game. Never coming lame, I'm in the streets, not peep. What time is it? Time to play for keeps. Check it out, I'm coming with that soul sonic force, of course. Running rugged like a thoroughbred horse. Got my torch in my hand like I'm starting the Olympics. Microphone stays on fire cause I'm gifted. Terrific. I still got juice like high C. Plus I'm funking up your liver like 2 quarts of OD. So knock knock, who is it? It's your fat MC. Once again, ready to bounce down these roads and streets. Yeah, fill my cup up, fool. And let's blaze up the weed to the old school.